Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C4, preventing human smugglers from abusing Canada's Immigration System Act. Debate on the amendment of Mr. Scarpaleggia. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Good day, Mr. Speaker. I was asked to speak on Bill C4 today, preventing human smugglers from abusing Canada's Immigration System Act. I am pleased to speak today in order to say the extent to which I'm opposed to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start by telling you that I see once again the extent to which we have a repressive, backwards, irresponsible government that is deeply lacking in humanity. I have to say I'm really not surprised. This bill is just one more piece of evidence among so many others. So once again, Mr. Speaker, they want, for obscure reasons, to make one segment of the most vulnerable members of a society pay instead of holding our hands out to them when they need it the most. I am strongly opposed to this bill because every day in my riding there are refugees and immigrants who come and ask for assistance, and they only want one thing. They want to live in this country with dignity and have a second chance. With this bill, we are refusing to give them that second chance. This bill authorizes an officer or the minister to refuse to consider an application for permanent residence. How can we grant this power to one individual when the applicant is perhaps in danger? On what grounds will the officer or the minister base his or her decision? Will it be refused on the mood they are in? Because we are giving them this power. I think that the government does not understand the fact that being in power means making decisions to ensure the well-being of everyone in our society by consulting them and listening to their needs, and by avoiding randomly and unfairly punishing them when they're only asking for refuge. Being in power, Mr. Speaker, does not mean giving oneself the authorization to single-handedly make decisions that could have a dramatic impact on the lives of a number of individuals and a number of families. This legislation would force some individuals to report to an immigration officer and to respond to all his or her questions without any real or reasonable grounds. This is discrimination, pure and simple. How can we hope to encourage people to come and settle here when they're treated like detainees upon their arrival without us even knowing their real history, without even knowing why they picked Canada? Under this bill, applicants, including children, will be mandatorily detained upon entry or upon the moment of their designation. How can a government violate international rules that were established for the well-being of all communities? There would be instead indefinite detentions and random detentions. What are we doing, Mr. Speaker? What is happening to our country where it's actually a good place to live, where immigrants are welcome, where we hold a hand out to refugees so they can see some light at the end of their tunnel? Under this bill, designated foreign nationals would not be able to apply for permanent residence for a period of 5 years. So if somebody doesn't respect the conditions that are imposed upon them, this period can be extended by 5 or 6 years. Imagine somebody could wait over 5 years before seeing their family, which would have remained abroad. Furthermore, designated foreign nationals could not be authorized to leave the country until they get permanent resident status. Furthermore, in addition to preventing them from bringing their families to Canada, they would be prevented from going abroad to visit them. What happened to the family values that we have all defended here? The government is lacking in respect for the family unit, which is the first community in which a human being evolves and grows. Of course, by hoping to impose that kind of rule, the minister must not know what it means to be separated from the people that he loves for 5 years. This bill would punish refugees and individuals trying to help them instead of punishing criminals, traffickers, and smugglers. This process for refugees is arbitrary and discriminatory. A few months ago, Parliament passed a balanced legislation on refugees. A better application of this bill would be much more logical and would not treat people instead of giving them a helping hand like criminals. Furthermore, in Australia, similar legislation is opposed by Amnesty International, which launched a campaign to condemn the misinformation about refugees arriving by boat. With this government, we are risking the ire of the international community, and by doing so, we are seriously undermining our reputation. We have a responsibility towards the refugees. We cannot treat them like that. We, the New Democrats, we recognize this responsibility, unlike the Conservatives who wish to wash their hands of it. This approach, Mr. Speaker, goes in opposition to our commitments as a country under the Convention on the Status of Refugees and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. This legislation will not stop human trafficking. Is this what we want, to be recognized as a country where refugees are discriminated against? Be recognized as a country where no one wants to go and live for fear of being detained and treated like a criminal? To be recognized as a country where if you choose to go and live there, you could not see the people that you love for a period of over 5 years? We are losing our values of being open towards the rest of the world, our values of tolerance, our values of wanting to help others, of social justice, of equality. Many people and groups are strongly opposed to this bill. The Canadian Council of Refugees completely rejects this bill. Amnesty International Canada says that this bill will lead to serious refugee rights violations. The Canadian Association of Civil Liberties says that these measures are quite simply not necessary. Why do they want to apply measures that are not necessary? The Canadian Bar Association says that this bill violates Canada's international obligations with regard to the treatment of individuals requesting protection. The government, Mr. Speaker, is refusing to treat refugees fairly. A blue ribbon panel at the Center for Studies on Refugees has said that this bill is draconian. I think that these groups know what they're talking about. Mr. Speaker, you know, when I was talking earlier about listening to the needs of the people, those are a few clear examples of a government that does exactly the opposite. This bill could violate a number of provisions, particularly with regard to the equality of individuals under the law. With regard to arbitrary detention, Bill C-4 is in opposition to the UN Convention on the Status of Refugees. As I said earlier, we are undermining our international reputation. And I will say it once again, I am strongly opposed to this bill because we have a responsibility towards refugees, and the government isn't entitled to do just anything it wants. It would be a serious mistake to ignore responsibilities in the name of security, particularly when we understand that this bill will stop in no way whatsoever human trafficking. I want to thank you, and I ask my colleagues to ask me any questions they wish.
Questions and comments? Questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for her very passionate and clear speech on the issues with regard to this bill. I have a question for my colleague. She said that there were a number of organizations opposed to this bill because it undermines the rights of refugees. My parents, Mr. Speaker, are from Vietnam, and there are a number of people who have come from Vietnam by boat, and I would like my colleague to talk about the impact that this could have on refugees who come seeking refuge here in Canada. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. Well, in fact, if we look at a number of refugees coming by boat, these are individuals who already need a helping hand, who need help, who need to see the light at the end of the tunnel. These people will come here, they will be detained, as well as children. So, first of all, psychologically, for a child to be detained upon arrival without reasonable grounds is something that can be extremely traumatizing. And I also believe that refugees who arrive here, who have done nothing, who have not participated in any way whatsoever in human trafficking, who are not smugglers, will come here and will ask for help and hope for a second chance and won't get that second chance. And I think at that point they'll want to go elsewhere, and with reason, with good reason. Thank you.
For Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to say to ask our member opposite, she commented using words describing the government members in this special house as repressive and deeply lacking in humanity.
Well, that's not
Rather
right.
than hurl insults at the honourable members in the House, perhaps she can tell us what she has to say to families across the country who want to see their streets safe, want to keep their families safe, want to keep their community safe and without danger. The bill, Mr. Speaker, I remind the member, is called Preventing Human Smugglers from Abusing Canada's Immigration Act, System Act. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I want to thank my colleague once again for the question. As I said, Mr. Speaker, my goal was not to insult the government members. My goal was simply to talk about the facts. These are facts, and I don't believe that we can endanger the rights of refugees in the name of security. As I said, this bill will not stop in any way whatsoever human trafficking. It is not a solution. The solution would rather be to apply already existing legislation concerning human trafficking. That is the solution that we need here. Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Laval.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe clearly stated, this bill, C4, is very restrictive legislation, particularly with regard to the image that Canada has always given to other countries around the world. Mr. Speaker, I am troubled. And I'm trying to understand how the honourable members on the government side, the Conservative side, want to propose this bill, and instead of looking at the amendments proposed by our party, the New Democratic Party, and the Liberal Party, this bill violates the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as well as international treaties. And it is hard for me to understand how, by proposing this bill, the government wants to pass legislation that was debated in previous parliaments. Such as there were other bills that were already debated with a lot of testimony, a lot of facts were put on the table. These bills did not pass, and Conservative members are focusing yet again on passing this bill. And if this bill is passed, Canada will be in a position where we will violate international treaties. And if we see what has happened in Australia, we can understand it's difficult.
Even more so, it's very concerning when we see the rather serious impact, the powers that it will give to citizenship and immigration. there are many rights that will be abused, and one of the main ones being discrimination. Mr. Speaker, that people will be the object of if they are identified as designated foreign nationals. And even more so is the concern that these people will be thrown into prison for a year. The UN Convention on Refugees is totally being violated in those cases, Mr. Speaker, rather. The NDP caucus has very grave concerns with this bill, such as it has been tabled by the honourable members on the Conservative side. Therefore, we are firm in our convictions. We want this legislation to be amended, and we want it to treat all of these people fairly and really take the time to determine who are the real refugees. Remember that at no time has our position been really weak or condescending in terms of people who abuse of our systems, those who use certain means of transport to get here. But immigration officials are trained, and I think that they're able to detect and distinguish between true refugees and mischief makers. The problem with this bill is that, in reality, everyone's put into the same basket. And that, Mr. Speaker, is not acceptable. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for what he has just said about C4. My colleague referred to the issues that affect the contrary aspects of the bill, and we talked about the breaching of international conventions and laws that are tied to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms as well. So I'd like to hear him elaborate on that and perhaps explain to us what the consequences would be for Canada's image abroad. The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for my colleague for his question. Indeed, everyone here is aware, because they've already been informed of all of those breaches and abuses, which are unacceptable, particularly those to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Canada is in a very privileged position in the eyes of the world and in the eyes of other countries on the planet. When we formulated that charter, it was an example, and many countries indeed used it as an inspiration. On the other hand, this bill, such as it has been tabled, I think everyone should really challenge the true objectives of this bill, because it violates various charters, including that on the rights of children. This is unheard of. We haven't seen this anywhere else in the world, even in countries with dictatorships. Even those countries would not table such legislation. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. I thank my colleague for the answer to my question. I would ask him also to explain the impact that this might have on the image of our country, because we're talking about attacking the rights of children. I know that the government states that the objective is to attack human smugglers, because that is indeed the title of the bill. But indeed, my colleague has raised the point that this is a breach of refugees' rights. So could he perhaps say a bit more on the refugees' rights that are affected and the impact of this internationally. The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you once again to my dear colleague for that question. When we talk about children, it is something that really should touch all of us in Canada. A long time ago, within the history of this wonderful country, we had immigration laws that were forged. We had immigration that was acceptable, and that helped us to maintain our workforce. Children of certain immigrants, well, normally they integrate even better than their parents. And the impact of really profound repercussions that will really be very unfortunate and which will be counter to the intellectual and physical development of that child. Therefore, I believe that the honourable members from the Conservative Party should accept the amendments that have been moved, taking into account the humanitarian grounds concerning these children, as the Liberal and New Democratic parties have proposed. We have moved amendments to this bill in order to make it really more direct and objective in this regard. So, against the smugglers. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill we have before us is a bill that really attacks refugees. This bill does not belong in Canada. This bill has proposed measures that are totally unacceptable. It has provisions, C4, that don't seem to comply with the Charter and our international commitments as Canadians in terms of human rights. This is a bill that is discriminatory, it would seem. C4 penalizes refugees because of the means of transport they use to get here. It takes up the provisions of C49 during the last Parliament that were roundly condemned across the country by the community. This is a bill that had been rejected by all parties of the Parliament, at least of the opposition. Many legal experts have affirmed that this is in violation of the Charter and international law as well. We're being told that we want to deal with smugglers, but was it necessary to sacrifice our reputation in the eyes of the international community as well? Is it really necessary to contravene international conventions on rights, rather? We do not agree with this at all. This bill would allow ministers to deal with people who are asking for refugee protection and put them in jail, not just them, but also their children, even though we have no fears for our security and these people are not posing any threat. The bill would allow the minister to order the detention and imprisonment of people who are asking for refugee status. It is up to us to take to states to take responsible measures to fight against human smuggling, and it's up to Canada as a country to take clear and responsible steps in order to counter these dangerous and abusive practices. We must take steps to put an end to the behavior of criminal organizations, such as human smugglers who abuse of refugees' rights. They abuse the vulnerable people and these vulnerable people and their rights. We should put an end to that. But the bill before us targets the refugees themselves and not the smugglers. Canada has committed to protecting refugees, of taking measures that are respectful of the rights of immigrants. But here we are putting an additional burden on our refugees. Alex Neve from Amnesty International recently stated concerning the antecedent of C4 that the bill is not correct. It errs in its efforts to target human smugglers, largely by punishing the very people who, in their desperation, have turned to these human smugglers in seeking assistance, he stated. So the provisions of Bill C4 that are discriminatory and that would violate human rights should be withdrawn, he continued. So it seems to me that Mr. Neve is quite right. The bill creates a second class of refugees. Even the people who have a confirmed status as refugees will not be able to obtain travel documents nor be able to become permanent residents for a 5-year period. This provision violates as well the international convention that requires that signatory countries provide travel documents to these people. So this bill provides for indefinite detention. The foreign designated national will have to wait for a 5-year period before requesting anything else. Why such a long time? This applies even if the person has been confirmed as being a legitimate refugee in Canada. So refugees who have been accepted as such will be prevented from being reunited with their spouse or families. This will no doubt be very harmful to refugees coming to Canada. It seems very difficult to justify this legislation. On top of that, people who are viewed as foreign designated foreign nationals have their rights violated. It seems to me that this is a total violation of Article 28 of the UN Convention on Refugees. It has discriminatory provisions, and this is particularly the case for designated foreign nationals. They cannot appeal the decision to the appeal board. And since when does Canada not feel it's necessary to comply with its international commitments? We really have to wonder, why are the provisions of this bill so contrary to the conventions dealing with the international conventions dealing with refugees and even the Canadian Charter? This imposes mandatory detention of people who are seeking asylum, including children. And this without even thinking about whether or not these people present any threat of any kind. The minister will even have the power to decide that any person seeking refugee protection can be imprisoned even if there's the slightest concern that they might have posed some threat at some point. Some people will find themselves in a very unfortunate positions. Refugees, what we must recall, are often fleeing wars and less than ideal conditions. So adding an additional burden to these people seems really difficult to justify. It seems even that the provisions of the law are against the International Convention on the Situation of Refugees that says that there cannot be these kind of constraints imposed on refugees who are fleeing persecution. Human smuggling is certainly a serious problem that requires resources and cooperation with foreign governments in order to face this kind of smuggling. But it doesn't justify violations of constitutional and international law. The Canadian Association of Civil Liberties wrote to Prime Minister Harper and to the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship, Mr. Kenny, to share their concerns regarding this bill. They spoke about the 70th anniversary on the Convention on the Rights of Refugees, but rather than honoring this treaty, Wanda Yamamoto said, we propose to violate it. Don't forget that the convention was adopted because many countries, including Canada, had closed their doors to Jewish refugees who were fleeing the Nazi regime. And afterwards, we said we would never do this again, she says. And I agree with her entirely. We must recall that after the Second World War, the international community was thinking very hard about what had happened, and together we decided universally that we would never again violate the rights of refugees. The shipload of Jews that was sailing around the world and that was turned down by many countries, including Canada, had to go back to Germany, and in the end, they suffered the same fate as so many other Jews under the Nazi regime. These people died. So we here are proposing measures that would ensure that people who would come to Canada for asylum, which we have been well known for over many years, they will now think that Canada is no longer a haven for them. So what are those people to do? Are they to stay in their countries? The fact that we might be condemning them to death by passing this legislation is worrisome, is it not? It seems very clear to me. The bill before us will have very little deterrent effect on human smugglers. We wonder about the logic of this, attacking refugees and their children. Perhaps the government is aware of the fact that there are already provisions that target human smugglers. They're already facing lifelong sentences and fines of up to $1 million. If we really want to talk about the deterrent effect, let's do so. Why stop and attack these refugees on the way? Our commitments clearly show that we must not cause problems to these refugees. C4 punishes refugees. Questions and comments?
Bernie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I've listened to some interest to several speeches by our NDP colleagues today. A few moments ago, one of them said this bill was repressive, backward, and oppressive, referring to the government that way. And this member now claims that we're oppressing refugees by this bill. He had brought up the issue of the St. Louis and the tragedy of the Jewish refugees fleeing Hamburg that came to our coast and were turned back. But I can assure you that none of those people, I've actually met some of those survivors, there were a few, none of them would be seeking to go back for a vacation in the land that they had supposedly fled. And a refugee is not a refugee because a smuggler says they are. We have the ability to determine genuine refugee status in this country. This bill cracks down on the smugglers. It actually brings some accountability and increases our ability to prosecute smugglers, mandatory minimum prison sentences for convicted smugglers, and it holds the ship owners to account. It does provide for a maximum of 1 year of detention so that legitimate refugee status can be determined by our very generous provisions in our country, and the refugees are very well looked after in this country. It will prevent abuse of our system, and frankly, it'll make sure that health benefits of refugees do not exceed those of Canadians themselves who support these.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine.
Comments. Certainly, the health of our newcomers is certainly topmost in our interest, and we certainly want to make sure that all people who come to Canada are welcomed. I thank him for his comments. I think that in large measure, I certainly agree with him that when somebody comes to this country, we need to treat them well. We need to give them access to health care. We certainly don't need to imprison them. I don't think that sending the refugee to prison is in any way going to stop the smuggler from trying to make a profit off of people's misery. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lacking vision and even effort. Being a father myself, I don't understand what I'm supposed to tell my son when I see this happening. You know, the Charter of Rights on our grounds, Mr. President, is supposed to be for everybody on this land. And yet again, with the lack of effort, the project that's being brought forward is very broad and does not attack itself to specifics. Exclusion. Once again, this country is based on, nos souches dans ce pays sont basées sur,
are based on all countries, and they need to feel welcome here. The Charter is very important, and we send members of the Canadian forces abroad to say that we encourage democracy, to talk about the importance of the Charter. I don't know if my colleague, honourable colleague, could comment on that. The honourable member for the honourable member. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. It is clear that the provisions and rights contained in the Charter are very important to us. They were conferred upon us by the Supreme Court. We cannot deny the rights of refugees simply because we think that by dealing with refugees we can deal with issues such as smuggling. No, it's a backwards approach to the problem. If there's a problem with smuggling here in Canada, then we need to focus on the smugglers. The bill that we are faced with here today doesn't do that. It's a bill that focuses or targets refugees. They're already facing a very difficult situation. And we've seen that in Canada, constitutional rights are bestowed upon refugees as well. So I don't see how this bill will do anything, in fact, to control the situation, the issue of human smuggling. If the government were to put forth legislation which would deal with human smugglers, I would be prepared to support that. But simply attacking refugees is very astonishing, and it runs counter to our obligations under international law.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel compelled to rise and to speak on Bill C-4 because we need evidence-based solutions to address human smuggling. Unfortunately, this backwards legislation targets legitimate refugee claimants and not the real criminals, human smugglers. Mr. Speaker, it was 60 years ago that the government expressed their solidarity with refugees by signing the 1951 Refugee Convention. 2011 is a special commemorative year, and so the UN Refugee Agency is calling on the public to reaffirm their support for refugees and is calling on governments to show humanity and to respect human rights and refugee rights. Mr. Speaker, the UN has developed the One is Too Many campaign to strengthen global protection in this anniversary year. The One campaign concentrates on the central tagline, "One refugee without hope is too many," and a portfolio of other taglines. "One family forced to flee is too many." "One refugee without hope is too many." "One refugee returned to danger is too many." "One refugee longing for a home is too many." "One child without a nationality is too many." "One family without shelter is too many." "One refugee denied a safe haven is too many." "One child growing up in a camp is too many." "One family torn apart by war is too many." "One girl raped at gunpoint is too many." And it goes on. Mr. Speaker, as legislators, we must all ask ourselves, if our family was in danger, our lives threatened by the government that is supposed to protect us, what would we do and how would we want the world to respond? Mr. Speaker, each one of us should remember how many of us are children or descendants of immigrants. Each one of us should consider the economic, cultural, and social benefits Canada has gained by accepting immigrants and refugees to our country. And we must all remember our long-standing dedication to humanitarian values and human rights. Mr. Speaker, instead of the government's reaffirming Canada's commitment to protect refugees in this anniversary year, the government is fear-mongering and demonizing and punishing refugees through its treatment of asylum seekers and through its proposed legislation. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of representing Etobicoke North, one of the most diverse ridings in the country. Each week we hear from desperate families, a sister trying to bring a family from Africa because her brother is hiding in a bush, afraid of political persecution. An uncle giving up his job and leaving family in Toronto to rescue 3 orphan nieces in India. And during the humanitarian disaster in Sri Lanka, I heard daily from my Tamil community. One man came into my constituency office and wrote down the names of 100 family members who were missing, and he didn't know whether they were alive or dead. Each weekend during the humanitarian crisis, I met with my Tamil community for 4 months. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-4 was originally introduced in Parliament by the government in October of 2010 as Bill C-49, and it was reintroduced in June of 2011 in the new parliamentary session. If the bill is approved by Parliament, it will make significant changes to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, affecting the way refugee claimants are treated in Canada. The government claims that the bill is about stopping smugglers bringing people illegally into Canada. However, the bill focuses on punishing the people they are smuggling, including refugees who need to get to Canada to save their lives. Mr. Speaker, all of Canada's laws must respect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which guarantees basic rights. Several aspects of Bill C-4 likely do not respect the Charter. For example, Bill C-4 says that designated persons are detained for 1 year without review. The Supreme Court of Canada has recently clearly stated that detention without review for long periods is contrary to the Charter. If Bill C-4 is approved by Parliament, it could be challenged in the courts, and the courts would probably decide that some parts of the bill are illegal because they do not respect the Charter. Unfortunately, while the courts are deciding the case, refugees would suffer in detention. Mr. Speaker, Canadian laws must also respect international human rights conventions that Canada has signed. These include the Convention relating to the status of refugees and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Many parts of Bill C-4 do not respect one or more international conventions. If Bill C-4 is passed, Canada will therefore be failing in some of its international obligations. The following are examples of the ways in which Bill C-4 violates human rights protected by international law. Punishing refugees for illegal entry. The Refugee Convention says that governments must not impose penalties on refugees for illegal entry, Article 31. But Bill C-4 does exactly this by punishing designated persons in various ways, including by detaining them. Arbitrary detention. The International Convention on Civil and Political Rights says that governments must not detain anyone arbitrarily. Arbitrary detention is detention without the proper legal protections. For example, detaining people without giving them the possibility of having a review of their detention by an independent judge. Bill C-4 does exactly this by saying that designated persons must be detained without possibility of review for 1 year. Separation of families. Various international conventions say that governments must protect the rights of families to be united, but Bill C-4 does the opposite by denying designated refugees the right for 5 years to apply to reunite with their children overseas. Best interests of the child. The Convention on the Rights of the Child says that government must take into consideration the best interests of any child affected by a decision. Article 3. But under Bill C-4, some children could be deported from Canada without any consideration of their best interest, an application on humanitarian and compassionate grounds. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-4 is deeply unfair to refugees. It fails to honor obligations under Canadian and international law. It deprives individual cases from the independent review that justice requires. It will involve huge costs and unnecessary detention. Australia tried punishing refugees to deter them. It didn't work. At the same time, C-4 will do nothing to prevent human smuggling. More laws will not catch the smugglers who are overseas. Mandatory minimum sentences have been shown not to work as deterrents. Smuggling under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act is already punishable. The reality is that under Bill C-4, refugees will be victimized 3 times. First by their persecutors, second by the smugglers, and finally by Canada. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that most refugees want to go home but simply cannot return safely. We should admire and honor their courage and determination as they strive to pick up the pieces and start over, and we should recognize the richness and diversity they bring to Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to close by reminding us all that many refugees have made a difference and distinguished themselves on the world stage. Actress-singer Marlene Dietrich, physicist Albert Einstein, and our own Mikhail Jean. Finally, one refugee without schooling is too many. One refugee child behind bars is too many. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments and questions? The honourable member from Brossard-La Prairie.
I'd like to thank my honourable the honourable member for her presentation. I had a couple of questions. Basically, the bill says it's preventing human smugglers from abusing Canada's Immigration System Act. We have a member of the government saying that this will make the streets safer. I wanted to know from the member, what is her opinion regarding the fact that will it make the streets safer, and who will be affected by that? Is it the smugglers or the refugees?
Thank you. Member from Etobicoke North.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I think it's really important for people to understand that this bill has been harshly criticized, and it's been harshly criticized because of what it does to refugees. And so refugee advocates denounce the bill as an attack on refugee rights. In particular, critics say the bill contravenes the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and Canada's obligation under the UN Convention on Refugees. According to Janet Dench, who's the Executive Director of the Canadian Council for Refugees, she says it's difficult to understand why the government would be proposing to bring this legislation back without change when it has been so widely condemned by legal experts as clearly a violation of our Charter and clearly in violation of international standards of human rights. There's no ambiguity about this. It does not conform to our international legal obligations. And she goes on to say that refugees would be detained for up to a year, and even those accepted as refugees would be held in suspended animation for 5 years without any right to travel or to reunite with their family or get on with their lives.
The honourable member from Oak Ridges Markham.
The member would agree that one of the prime responsibilities of any government, of course, is to ensure that its borders are protected, that its sovereignty is, when its sovereignty is challenged, that its various agencies have the ability to protect its sovereignty, that those who are seeking asylum in Canada, when they arrive in a fashion that this bill would actually seek to address, that our authorities have the ability to actually not only take care of the health and welfare of the people that are on the boat, but actually to make sure that the people who arrive in a mass arrival are who they say they are, that we can check on who they are. We can use our international partners to make sure that nobody who shouldn't be in Canada is not arriving in Canada. Surely she can appreciate the need to do that. I'm not hearing from the Liberals and from the opposition NDP. One of the things they keep saying is how this bill would seek to jail asylum seekers, and they seem to want it both ways. They seem to often they talk about how great our forces are, and I know that when the people came on the boat, many of those people in the last round who came into Canada and are now living in my riding, they're now living in hiding in fear of the people that they owe money to. Is that the type of system that she wants, or that member wants to continue to support, or we should support a system that goes after the people who actually illegally bring these people to Canada and then force them into a life of hiding in Canada?
The member from Etobicoke North.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I will point out that our sovereignty is not under attack. I think it's important for people to understand that refugees are often classified unfairly. Refugees flee their country not for economic gain, but to escape persecution, the threat of imprisonment, and even threats to their lives. They need a safe haven where they can recover from mental and physical trauma and rebuild the hopes for a better future. Intolerance is often at the root of internal displacement, and it's also present in some of the countries that they flee to. I think it's important also that we point out that the minister can designate a group as an irregular arrival. Clearly the government would, for example, what happened on the MV Sun Sea that arrived in British Columbia. But the bill does not say that the refugee claimants must have arrived by boat nor to be designated. A group could be designated even if there was no smuggling involved. Once a group is designated, everyone in the group is punished, and the bill creates two classes of refugees, with one class treated worse than the other.
Resuming debate, a prise du débat, the honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to join in so many voices of opposition to Bill C-4 here today. And it's a bit of a déjà vu, I must admit, having been part of the team in the last parliamentary session that stood up against Bill C-49. Interesting to note that while all opposition parties joined to oppose that bill, here we are again in a new parliament, assuming that again that the Canadians want this kind of legislation. Bill C-4, as we've heard, is deeply flawed. Not only is it deeply flawed, but it also goes against the very image of Canada that we've managed to build over decades. An image of Canada that is welcoming, that is inclusive, that is open to diversity, the diversity of people from around the world, but also the diversity of people that must often escape difficult situations, whether it's they come from backgrounds of poverty or escaping racial persecution or discrimination in their own country. Many of these trends are ones that we as Canadians have responded to over the years. And I understand you are rising to resume this very debate. I look forward to standing once again in opposition to Bill C-4 at a later time.
The honourable member will have 8.5 minutes left to conclude her remarks when this bill is next debated, but right now we'll move on to statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, the St. Thomas Innovation Centre for Entrepreneurs, or ICE, is a cool example of a mixed-use business incubator. ICE offers clients just the right mix of counselling, mentoring, administrative support, and professional location to help businesses grow and succeed. Visiting the centre, I discussed progress with some of the business startups, including computer specialists, a fastener company, people with home health care expertise, and a great customer service entrepreneur in the home maintenance field, sharing great ideas with me and with each other. This type of business startup and growth interaction can only take place when under one roof. The collaboration of local economic development agencies, the Elgin Business Resource Centre, and the generous help of local sponsors have made jobs happen. Yes, it starts with passionate people with an idea. You add some expertise and mentorship, including a great location like ICE, and the perfect concoction is created. Jobs, jobs, jobs.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House to tell you about a remarkable and courageous young man, a constituent of mine named Mark DeMontis. Mark lost his eyesight at the age of 17, and his dream of playing professional hockey was darkened. Mark is currently rollerblading across Canada to raise awareness of the ability of blind kids to play hockey. I am proud and honoured to welcome Mark and his family to Ottawa today. I invite all of you to join me on the steps of Parliament Hill next Tuesday, October 4th, after question period, to help send him along on his remarkable journey. This courageous young man has founded a not-for-profit organization called Courage Canada to further his goal of funding learn-to-skate programs and skills development sessions for blind youth across Canada. His ultimate goal is that blind hockey become a Paralympic sport. Mr. Speaker, as long as we have young people in Canada like Mark who are determined to succeed, no matter what obstacles they face, we can all continue to have hope for the future of our country.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 week ago today, on September 23rd, the employees of Labatt Canada shared their company's responsible drinking philosophy with customers and consumers across the country. This year's Beer Responsible Day was tied into Labatt's new program called Take the Pledge. This program, aimed primarily at young people, appealed to all Canadians to sign a pledge that they will not drink and drive. In appreciation for taking the pledge, Labatt donated $1 to the True Patriot Love Foundation for each pledge signed by a Canadian. Mr. Speaker, there have been far too many tragedies involved drinking and driving. I commend the thousands of employees of Labatt Canada, particularly those working in Labatt Brewery, located in my riding of London North Centre, for this initiative. On behalf of all the members of this House, I would encourage all Canadians to take the pledge to put an end to drinking and driving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Liberal parliamentarians, I extend my warmest wishes to the people of China and to all Chinese Canadians as they celebrate the 62nd anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. Since former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau initiated diplomatic relations with China 41 years ago, the Liberal Party has proudly cultivated the friendships between our two great countries. China is Canada's second largest trading partner, and the business relationships between our countries continue to flourish. In my riding of Vancouver Quadra, I'm pleased to host and attend many events where I can foster shared prosperity and stronger cultural ties between our two countries. I send my sincerest thanks to China's ambassador to Canada, His Excellency Zhang Jinsai, and Madame Yin Guomai for hosting me at their embassy celebration this week. Liberals look forward to another successful year working with our Chinese communities and further strengthening the warm relationship between the peoples of China and of Canada.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, I will be attending the 6th Annual Mississauga Youth Games, a non-for-profit organization in the city of Mississauga, which increases access to sport and fitness programs by offering youth-free access to activities like baseball, cricket, dance, and soccer, among many others. Through the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, our government has proven our commitment and appreciation towards the role of sport and fitness in a child's development. With this being a priority for our government, I would like to applaud the organization committee and volunteers of the Mississauga Youth Games. Programs like yours teach youth to become effective and engaged citizens through the promotion of sport, volunteerism, civic action, and by placing an emphasis on physical well-being. Organizations like Mississauga Youth Games continue to complement our government's efforts to ensure that Canada's youth have access to sports and fitness programs. Thank you to the organizing committee of the Mississauga Youth Games for your dedication to sport and fitness in Mississauga.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, Mr. Michel Bignet, retired last year, has distinguished for his 51 years of services in the area of fire public safety. which is unique throughout Quebec. This is a man who is very passionate about the safety of his fellow citizens. For over 50 years of service, Mr. Bernier fought fires, saved lives, and individuals, often risking his own life to do so. He received the Medal of Bravery from the Governor-General of Canada. In 1994, he is a man who is dedicated to fire services and to his fellow man. He has been involved in activities throughout his community as well. Mr. Bernier sits today in the public galleries. His 51 years of service to the community and to fire services is unmatched, and he deserves the recognition of this House.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre North.
Mr. Speaker, the University of Calgary is a vibrant, comprehensive research university that produces an economic impact of $1 billion in the Calgary area alone. I would like to congratulate the University of Calgary on its new strategic vision entitled Eyes High, as well as on the opening of the Taylor Family Digital Library, a newly opened state-of-the-art learning and research facility. The building houses a library, archive, art gallery, and features unique technologies like editing suites, touch tables, and a wall-sized visualization screen. This exceptional facility, one that our government is proud to have supported, will foster research and innovation, integrate art and culture, and is focused on enhancing the student experience. In addition, it has received the prestigious Gold Leader in Energy and Environmental Design certification, meaning it operates with a focus on limiting its impact on our environment. Congratulations to the University of Calgary on opening this cutting-edge facility, as well as on the launch of its collaborative and ambitious Eyes High vision.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo. Yeah, Kitchener-Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, the situation in Bahrain has hit a new low. After months of crackdowns on legitimate protests, courts are now handing out ridiculous sentences to doctors who have treated protesters. In fact, some 20 doctors have been sentenced up to 20 years in jail. Their supposed crimes, doing their jobs, their duties, under the Hippocratic Oath. These rulings are unacceptable and fly in the face of both international human rights law and Canadian values. I call on all honourable members to join me in condemning these outrages, in calling for clemency for these Bahraini doctors, and in supporting the democratic ambitions of all Bahrainis. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week I had the pleasure of reintroducing my motion to return passenger rail to Thunder Bay and the spectacular North Shore of Lake Superior. This line was cut by the Mulroney Conservative government despite being Via's busiest route. Today, rail has been experiencing a renaissance because it's environmentally friendly, energy efficient, and a great way to travel. This is one small but very important step toward getting Canada back on track with a national transit strategy. Returning passenger rail to one of the most scenic routes in our country through Marathon, Terrace Bay, Scriber-Nipigon, and Thunder Bay will be a huge boost to those communities and to rail tourism as well. I call upon the Minister of Transportation and all parties in this House to support this motion to begin to renew passenger rail in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ajax Pickering.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is the 100th anniversary of the appointment of Canada's first Judge Advocate General. Le 1er octobre.
On October 1st, 1911, Colonel Henry Smith was appointed Judge Advocate General, or JAG. It was the first time that Canadian officers were responsible for providing legal services to the Canadian military. For 100 years, military lawyers served the country abroad and in Canada.
Military law to the Governor General, the Minister and Department of National Defence, and the Canadian Armed Forces. The JAG also superintends the administration of military justice in the Canadian Forces. Today, 208 regular and reserve force military lawyers are providing legal advice to Canadian contingents, military contingents in Afghanistan, the Gulf, North and Central Africa, Europe, and the United States. Nearly 100 legal officers deployed to Afghanistan, ensuring that our military efforts there were in accordance with the rule of law. Canadians can take great pride in the achievements of their military lawyers. I congratulate the current Judge Advocate General, Brigadier General Blaise Cathcart, and his entire team on the 100th anniversary of this great institution.
Honourable Member for Davenport.
Communities living near the building of major transportation infrastructure should be able to participate in some of the gain instead of all of the pain. But in the case of the air rail link being built from Pearson Airport to Union Station, the very folks who, through their taxes, are helping to pay for this service have to live through the disruptions of it being built and have to live with the health consequences of the decisions of the Ontario Liberal government with money from the federal Conservative government to use diesel trains instead of electric. Toronto will be the only major city in the world to be running an air rail link using diesel. Diesel exhaust is a known carcinogen that is particularly dangerous to children and the elderly. Hundreds of thousands of people live within a kilometre of this line in Toronto, including many in my riding in Davenport. The people in my riding are hard-working, progressive, and honest folks. They know we need better and more mass public transit. But they want it built right the first time. They want it accessible to their community. And when they get on one of these trains, they want that train to be an electric train. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today in the House to mark Canada's first National Seniors' Day, which will happen this Saturday.
It is a pleasure today to pay tribute to National Seniors' Day this Sunday.
What seniors have done and continue to do for our country. They deserve our gratitude and recognition. That is why we passed a bill last year to officially establish the 1st of October as an annual celebration of seniors. This coincides with the UN International Day of Older Persons, and it's an occasion for all Canadians to show their appreciation of our older generation. Today, we recognize the many contributions seniors have made and continue to make as mentors and leaders in strengthening our families, communities, and workplaces. I invite you to join me in thanking Canada's seniors for making a positive difference in all our lives. Together, we will recognize that many seniors who give us generously of themselves and make this a better place to live in the world. This October 1st, let's celebrate National Seniors' Day. Thank you. Merci.
Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
3 young Canadians did us proud last summer at the 2011 National Geographic World Championships held in California. Alexander Cohen, a student of Asbury College in Ottawa-Vanier, and his teammates, Oif O'Leary of Surrey, BC, and Alejandro Torres Lopez of North Vancouver, won the silver medal to Russia's gold and Vietnam's bronze. The National Geographic World Championships, hosted by Alex Trebek, is a 2-day-long international geography competition held every 2 years. 17 teams of geography students from around the globe met to take part in this tournament. After 3 years of being in the top 3 of the Great Canadian Geography Challenge, Alexander placed first this year and made the Canadian team for the championships. Today, Alex turns 16. Happy birthday, Alex, and may your gift for this year be to win the gold for Canada. We're proud of you.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government received a strong mandate to keep our streets and communities safe. Part of that, Mr. Speaker, means ensuring we have a correctional system that actually corrects criminal behaviour. The Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, at the urging of our government, has undertaken a study on how illegal drugs that get into our prisons impact the safety and effectiveness of our correctional system. However, yesterday, the NDP member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant shockingly said that taking drugs out of prison makes them less safe. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. This is the same party who has consistently voted against our tough-on-crime measures. Our Conservative government believes we deliver on our campaign commitment to establish drug-free prisons. Canadians expect no less. I call on the NDP to finally stop putting the rights of criminals ahead of the rights of law-abiding citizens.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1985, the UN General Assembly decided to proclaim the first Monday in October of each year the World Habitat Day. As housing critic, I am particularly pleased to pay tribute to this day, which will be Monday, October 3rd. Right to housing is a fundamental human right recognized by the UN under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Right to housing is referenced in most constitutions throughout the world. They recognize the right of each individual to decent housing, as well as safe and affordable housing. I would like to pay tribute to the exceptional work being done by non-for-profit organizations that are working in particular as renters' rights advocates. I would like to tell the government that these people are not asking for the moon. They simply want to ensure that available housing units are maintained and new ones developed to ensure that all Canadian households have access to affordable, adequate, and safe housing. Thank you.
South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Speaker, while our Conservative government is focused on helping create jobs and growing the economy with our job-creating, pro-trade and low-tax plan, the NDP is publicly demanding higher taxes. Yesterday, the NDP MPs also publicly attacked our Conservative government's reduction of the GST from 7% to 5%, bemoaning the fact that Canadian families were keeping more of their own hard-earned money and not big government. NDP members have stated that cutting the GST was probably the worst measure that this government could have adopted. The member for Beauport-Lamoli said that reducing the GST was a serious problem. Now their finance critic has demanded Canadians and Canadian job creators be forced to pay yet another new tax, this time on daily financial transactions. Our ambitious pro-trade and low-tax plan to create jobs and economic growth is working, and meanwhile the NDP's anti-trade, high-tax, job-killing plan is reckless. Mr. Speaker, their anti-trade, high-tax plan is yet another worrying example that they're not fit to govern.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Parliamentary Budget Officer reported that the government's fiscal plan is unsustainable. The government's ill-conceived corporate tax cuts are responsible for the coming fiasco we're facing. The cuts, which amount to $15 billion a year in lost revenue, are almost exactly the same amount that the PBO's estimate is of the structural deficit. That's another piece of evidence of the Conservative mismanagement of the economy. When will they listen to reason and cancel the next gift to profitable corporations?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for that question, although the facts are very deceiving in that question. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the low-tax plan that this government has put in place is actually addressing the issue that he's talking about. The long-recognized population aging will impact Canadians, but so would a $10 billion hike in taxes the NDP want to put in. Our low-tax plan will help seniors prepare for their retirement, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, the government's priorities are quite clear. $60 billion in tax cuts to mostly large, profitable corporations, with the bogus argument, as we just heard, that this will mean jobs for Canadians. At the same time, they're imposing a $16 billion EI tax hike on the payrolls of small businesses and the paychecks of workers, rewarding corporations for non-performance, overcharging Canadians for an employment insurance program that the Conservatives are using as a deficit-fighting tool. When will they put middle-class Canadian families first?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the last three budgets that the NDP actually voted against all had plans in them to help ordinary Canadians. In fact, the tax reductions that we have put in place provide over $3,000 in more money to a Canadian family of four left in their pocket where it should be, Mr. Speaker. That's what helps Canadians, not a $10 billion tax hike.
Mr. Speaker, 2 million Canadians are without jobs and will wait a long time to get them because of the Economic Action Plan of the Conservatives is a disaster. It's particularly true for youth. There are more than 200,000 more youth without jobs than in the last recession. 200,000. So this is compromising the future of our country, but the Conservatives are satisfied. Why do the Conservatives refuse to admit that their policies are not working? Why not invest more in youth? Why not? The Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, we're not satisfied when one Canadian that wants to work is still looking for a job. That's why our last budget is focused on jobs and growth. We continue to put forward tax reductions for businesses, Mr. Speaker, businesses that actually hire young Canadians, middle-aged Canadians. That's the most important contribution we can make, is to provide an avenue for businesses to create jobs for more Canadians. It's witnessed in the fact that there's 600,000 more Canadians working now than before at the end of the recession, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The NDP wants to know the cost of bills, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer says that his office is not being given the necessary resources to do his job. So we're wondering if they really want to set us the cost of private members' bills, or if this is an effort to pile too much work onto the back of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Will the Conservatives give the Parliamentary Budget Officer the means necessary to do his job? The Leader of the House.
And the members of Parliament making decisions on legislation deserve to know the cost of that legislation. I know that at a committees are master of their own business. That's where that motion originated. But I think the merit, the value of what they're suggesting, that Canadians should be able to know what the cost proposals are, is very, very, very valuable.
Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet. Mr. Speaker, we said that the NDP supports the fact that the cost of private members' bills be known, but the Parliamentary Budget Officer has talked about the poor financial management of the Conservatives, and all of a sudden we're hearing something else. Well, are they going to use the same logic for their own bills on criminality, on crime? All week long, the Conservatives have refused time and time and time again to tell us the cost of those bills, despite us asking. So, will the government let the Parliamentary Budget Officer say what the costs of their bills are before this House? The Honourable House Leader.
Parliamentary Budget Officer reports to Parliament and offers opinions all the time on all kinds of things. I've seen some media comment on how accurate those comments are recently, so I guess people can draw their judgments on those. But from this government's perspective, we're very clear. We've set out clear budget plans. We follow them. Our costs of what we're doing are very clear. We issue supplementary estimates and estimates all the time that set out those costs. And the one thing that's different in what those costs are from this government and what they would be under the NDP is that we're actually respecting tax dollars. We're trying to keep spending down, and we're not looking at ramping up costs of government the way the NDP would.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, when Canadians are struggling just to get by, Conservative ministers are abusing private jet privileges, and they're using helicopters to pick them up from fishing trips. Now we learn that the Foreign Minister insists on having golden business cards. This despite the fact that using gold on business cards breaks Treasury Board rules because it's too expensive. Why is the minister breaking government rules? Why is he giving taxpayers the gold finger?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I arrived in Parliament this morning, I was deeply disturbed to realize that the President of the Treasury Board wasn't here to take this question. I remember a time, Mr. Speaker, when the Liberal Party of Canada used to think big on foreign affairs. They'd think about big issues around the world. When it came to Canada and domestic issues, they'd think about big issues. And now they've been returned to the time when they are dealing with $400 worth of business cards, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly why Canadians have them sitting in the far corner.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, it seems to be quite the quid pro quo going on over there. The Foreign Minister gives the Treasury Board Minister a $50 million slush fund for his riding. Then the Treasury Board Minister lets the Foreign Minister break the rules to get his golden business cards. This is a very expensive game of you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. When Canadians are struggling just to get by, why are Conservative ministers showering each other with gold? Why the golden showers, Mr. Speaker?
Order. 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 We'll have a little bit of order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I sat down with the President of the Treasury Board and I said, have I got a deal for you? I'll give you $50 million worth of infrastructure funds if you will give me $400 worth of business cards.
The honourable member for Markham Union
Mr. Speaker, whether it is an issue of millions of dollars in a local slush fund and useless publicity, or yet again fancy business cards that don't comply with the rules, this government will stop at nothing to promote itself. In 2009, the former Minister of Industry spent $20,000 on photographs in the National Capital Region alone. How can these outlandish and shameful expenses on self-promotion be justified? Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Records of the current Minister of National Defence to his Liberal predecessor, you'll find that this Liberal member, this Liberal Minister of National Defence, used the Challenger significantly more than the frugal Minister of National Defence now, Mr. Speaker. But of course, he was only the Minister for 18 short months, Mr. Speaker. Listen, we're ensuring that taxpayers' dollars are spent wisely and well. We're focused on returning Canada to balanced budgets. We're focusing on jobs, on economic growth. And the good news is, Mr. Speaker, is that plan is working. We've seen the creation of literally hundreds of thousands of net new jobs over the past 2 years.
The honourable member for Sackville, Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, for several years now, 6,800 veterans who are disabled have been fighting this government over what is called assisted benefit reduction. Mr. Speaker, two D&D ombudsmen have said this is unfair. The Veterans Committee, the Senate Committee, and the House all voted to change this practice. Why is this government spending over $500,000 of hard-earned money fighting these disabled veterans in court? Why doesn't the government now stop the court proceedings, deal with these veterans, and reach a comparable settlement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, injured personnel in the Canadian Forces are covered by long-term disability insurance plans similar to the RCMP and other public servants. But members are also eligible, as the member well knows, for a Veterans Affairs Canada Disability Award of up to $270,000 under the new Veterans Charter, as well as accidental dismemberment benefit of up to $250,000 under the Canadian Forces Accidental Dismemberment Insurance Plan. If the member opposite is referring to a matter that is now before the courts, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to comment on it at this time. Thank you.
Member for Sackville, Eastern Shore.
Speaker, it's quite possible the honourable member, in fairness to him, he's new to this House, doesn't understand what the assisted benefit reduction is, but it is a sinful, disgraceful act that disabled veterans get clawed back from one aspect of an insurance policy from their regular benefits, and that's why they've gone to court. This court action can stop right now, Mr. Speaker. All it takes is for the Prime Minister to nod his head, stop the court proceedings, stop taking these disabled veterans to court, stop dingwalling this Parliament, as the Treasury Board President and the Defence Minister are doing. Deal with these disabled heroes of this country in a fair and proper manner.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the member opposite will find, if he cares to review the real statistic, that this government has done more for veterans, more for members of the Canadian Forces than any in history. For a party that voted against our missions in Afghanistan and Libya, that voted against new equipment purchases under Canada's Economic Action Plan, that has questioned this minister's effort to do his duty to honour the families of fallen soldiers during repatriation ceremonies, I'd like to ask the member, does he have an ounce of support left, he and his party, for the Canadian Force?
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs feels he is all-powerful. Today we have learned that he has broken the rules to obtain gold-embossed business cards. But unfortunately, that's not the worst of it. There are no words in French on those business cards. Mr. Speaker, when the minister travels abroad, does he represent all Canadians or only those who speak English? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to send over a business card that is in both official languages, Ministre des Affaires étrangères, Promenade.
the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and all of the information was available in French and in English.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I sent in my card just as an example, and actually it's in 3 languages because we also include some of us to make sure that if you're visually challenged, you can actually get in that language. I wonder if he might help with that, Mr. Speaker, because the jet-setting Conservatives, when they have people who are going off when they have their ministers...
Order. The least members could do is wait until the question's been asked before they try to answer it. And the honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
No, Mr. Speaker, they can make fun of people who have disabilities, but frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's about example. And what this minister is saying is that it's better to have gold on your card than French. So will he today commit to get rid of his unilingual gold-plated card and actually represent this country the way it should be represented?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have business cards in both official languages, and I'll bring a copy over to my friend.
Congratulate the member opposite. Sunday is going to be a very big day in Ottawa Centre. The member for Ottawa Centre will be announcing his campaign for the leadership of the NDP, and I want to say to him, on behalf of all my constituents in Ottawa West Nepean, the very best of luck.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, Treasury Board policy dictates that the minister must provide a detailed cost analysis for any policy or regulatory or legislative change that they introduce. Can the Minister for the Treasury Board, the President of the Treasury Board, table today the cost analysis done for the dismantling of the Canadian Wheat Board? And if he cannot or will not provide that analysis, perhaps he'd explain how you can dismantle a $6 billion a year corporation and throw the entire prairie agriculture economy into chaos without doing a cost-benefit analysis.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, at the root of all of this is marketing freedom for Western Canadian farmers. We intend to deliver on that. The cost benefit, farmers have done that, farm gate by farm gate. They voted with their air seeders, they voted with their trucks. They've moved on to new commodities. What they've done is taken away market share from the wheats, durums and barleys in Canada. We know there's a global market demanding more and more of those products. We look at the Australian model where they're producing up to 30% more of those commodities to a hungry world, Mr. Speaker. That's all the cost benefit that Canadian farmers need. They know they can step up and produce. I wish this member would get on board with them.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
The Minister of Agriculture wants to dismantle the largest and most successful grain marketing company in the world based on a whim. It's becoming a hallmark of this government to hide the true cost of their policies, whether it's the crime and punishment cost of prisons or the true cost of the F-35 or now the real cost of dismantling the wheat board. KPMG says it will cost $500 million in closing costs alone, never mind the impact to the prairie rural agriculture economy. How can they justify indulging the notion and the whim of the minister and at such an extraordinary cost, abolishing the wheat board without even knowing the cost-benefit analysis?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I'd give the member some homework this weekend. When he goes home to his riding in downtown Winnipeg, he should check, oh yeah, there's no farmers there. Or maybe when he goes on to his principal residence on Salt Spring Island in British Columbia, he could check with oh, they're not under the wheat board, Mr. Speaker. He doesn't have a clue what he's talking about.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East. Order.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today the Supreme Court of Canada unanimously ruled in favour of insight and against years of conservative interference. The Supreme Court found that this government arbitrarily infringed on the rights of individuals to receive the treatment and help they so desperately need. Now, this government has an opportunity here to take off their ideological blinders and support a vital public service that has saved lives and given people hope. Will they do that?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although we are disappointed with the Supreme Court of Canada's decision today, we will comply. We believe that the system should be focused on preventing people from becoming drug addicts. A key pillar of the national anti-drug strategy is prevention and treatment for those with drug dependency. As part of our strategy, we have made significant investments to strengthen existing treatment efforts through the treatment action plan, we will be reviewing the court decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, that's precisely what Insight does. Since it opened in 2003 in my riding, fatal overdoses have dropped by over a third. More people get treatment as Insight is there to connect people with the services they need. Today, the people who use this service have had their voices heard. The Supreme Court agrees, health professionals agree, international health experts agree. Will the Conservatives admit their failed approach and acknowledge that Insight protects public health and saves lives? Will they stop being the barrier to this very important service?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, our government believes that spending more money on treatment and to help people get off drugs is the best investments we can make. And as I said earlier as well, we will be reviewing the decision. In fairness, this decision was made 2 hours ago, and I stated that we will be reviewing and we will be reviewing it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The unanimous decision handed down by the Supreme Court is unequivocal. Insight allows for lives to be saved without compromising public safety. But rather than facing these facts and the scientific studies, this government has spent years before the courts on the bill of the taxpayers of this country in order to end the Insight project. Mr. Speaker, will this government finally set their ideology aside and act in the best interest of health and public safety of all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, and I will repeat my answer to the first question, we are again disappointed with the decision, but we will comply. And I stated earlier that we believe that the system should be focused on preventing people from becoming drug addicts in the first place. The key pillar of our national anti-drug strategy is prevention and treatment for those with drug dependencies. And I said earlier that we will be reviewing the Supreme Court decision and we will be doing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, I read the news this morning and took quite delight at what I saw before me, which was basically a movie, just like a bad Austin Powers movie, where I saw Dr. Evil and now Goldmember deciding how to just order around government resources. So what possesses the foreign minister to actually order around Treasury Board as such? And the irony of it is that they just put a private member's bill in the House frowning upon getting rid of the flag or the word Canada, and that's exactly what he just did. Will the Honourable Gold member please rise and answer to this?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to inform the member. I'm pleased to inform the House that the word Canada is on my business card.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, it's bad enough that the Defence Minister has become a frequent flyer abusing both government jets and search and rescue helicopters. But it's completely unacceptable that the Prime Minister uses our courageous men and women of the armed forces to justify this minister's abuse. Repatriation ceremonies are planned days in advance. No wonder he's so quote-unquote highly regarded. He's on the frequent flyer program. How can other ministers manage to use commercial flights while this minister uses the government fleet as his own personal airline?
That's right.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the attendance at ceremonies for repatriation of soldiers who have fallen in Afghanistan are a serious affair, and fortunately, they are not planned well in advance. Obviously, they're a product of unfortunate events abroad. That being said, the Minister of Defence has felt it important to attend those ceremonies. Now, the use of government jets by him, notwithstanding those events that didn't occur so much in the past under the Liberal government, has still been significantly lower than that of the Liberal government. In fact, I look at the member from Wascana, who in 2004, 2005, from August to August, used government jets for 135 hours. By comparison, the entire Conservative ministers of Cabinet in 2010 used it for 136 hours, almost exactly the same.
Order. 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 The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of the Environment suggested I do my own research instead of listening to the media. Did the Minister do his own research and consult with scientists about the impacts of his proposed cuts to ozone research? If the minister doubts the reports of an international witch hunt in the media, will he either unmuzzle his scientists or at least state there will be no cuts to the ozone monitoring network?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of the Environment.
The Minister and myself have said repeatedly in this House, we're not cutting our ozone monitoring program. We will continue to monitor ozone, and I invite my member opposite to review those statements as well.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Canadians spend, on average, 75 minutes a day getting to work. That's 32 working days a year. Days wasted being stuck in traffic is costing the economy $5 billion a year. Traffic gridlocks and crumbling roads are all around us, and Canada is the only G8 country without a national transit strategy. Does the minister agree with me that Canada is falling behind on public transit?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have to correct the fact. Like all other G8 countries, Canada assigns responsibility for public transit to provinces and municipalities, all other G8 countries. Since 2006, we invested $5 billion into public transit across Canada, and we will continue on this way.
Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, it's time to get Canada moving. Federation of Canadian Municipalities and Big City Mayors and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Canadian Urban Transit Authorities, they've been all calling for a national transit strategy. My bill sets a plan for all levels of government to work together to establish a national vision for public transit. Will this government get Canada moving and join together with the New Democrats and finally establish a national transit plan?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government recognized the value of modern and efficient urban transit. We have been a strong partner with our provinces and municipalities to help them build some of the best transit systems in the world. But it is not the role of the federal government to tell cities how to run their transit systems. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-la-Chine. Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Dans toutes les grandes villes du pays,
in all large cities in the country, people face traffic jams. Infrastructure is crumbling, and in Montreal, people are afraid to cross the Champlain Bridge. In Toronto, there isn't simply a peak time. The traffic is bad at all times. And people are calling for safe, accessible public transit. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, never in the history of this country has a government invested more in the implementation of infrastructure works than this government, Mr. Speaker. We've invested considerable amounts, namely in Toronto, in the GTA, in the Rocket Project. But what did the NDP do? Well, these are all fine words they're using today, but when it came time to act, they voted against that project. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport can say whatever he wants, but we need a better strategy for transportation. Canadians are calling for it. Mayors of large cities are calling for a strategy and have been doing so since 2007, and it seems to me the Conservatives were in power then. When will this government listen to the needs of the people of this country and put in place an accessible public transit system? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with my colleague's preamble. Canada, like all G8 countries, has enabled municipalities and provinces the responsibility for defining their transportation needs. Mr. Speaker, we don't feel that it's people here in Ottawa who should be making those decisions. In the provinces, they know the needs of their people better, and it's not here in Ottawa that we can tell Quebec, Toronto, or Vancouver what is good for their municipalities.
Sorry, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Mr. Speaker, our government's national anti-drug strategy aims to prevent Canadians from starting to take drugs and to provide treatment for those with drug dependencies. This morning, the Supreme Court of Canada rendered a decision that may have an impact on those with drug dependencies. I'm wondering if the Minister of Health would like to provide further comment to this House on that decision.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. And I stated earlier, although that we are disappointed with the Supreme Court of Canada's decision this morning, we will comply. And we've always believed that the system should be focused on preventing people from becoming drug addicts in the first place. Our government believes that spending more money on treatment and to support individuals to get the help they need to get off drugs is the best investment we can provide to Canadians. As part of this strategy, we have made significant investments to strengthen existing treatment efforts through the Treatment Action Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's been 113 days and still no response from the Muskoka minister.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the President of the Treasury Board is responsible for implementing rules on access to information, but here he is conducting government business on the side from his personal BlackBerry account so that he could cover his tracks. And why is he using every trick in the book to hide, and why won't he agree to be accountable in this House?
The honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The President of the Treasury Board has an outstanding record of public service. The President of the Treasury Board voted for the Federal Accountability Act, which expanded access to information to a huge number of new agencies. And for the first time in Canadian history, in this House, every single New Democratic member voted to withdraw access to information, to bring a cloak of secrecy over what organization? The Canadian Wheat Board, Mr. Speaker. The NDP has no party to lecture this government on access to information. We're the ones who have made it more open.
Order. The honourable member for Davenport.
Well, on the subject of accountability, Mr. Speaker, the Muskoka minister has brought a new innovation to Conservative cover-up. Use your personal email account to conduct government business. No need to worry about access to information. No need to worry about doing a little government business on the side. No. Mr. Speaker, we have emails from him to the mayor of Huntsville. Now will the government agree to release the rest of this minister's G8/fund emails?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The President of the Treasury Board is excited to have the opportunity to visit the committee to address any concerns they may have. And I have some good news for my friend from Davenport, is not only will the President of the Treasury Board be at that committee hearing, I've even offered to go with him to assist in any way I possibly could. And I do hope the member for Davenport will be there. And rest assured, if the President of the Treasury Board doesn't have the answers, I would be more than pleased to stand up and respond.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, after 113 days, the member for Parry Sound Muskoka still has not explained the situation to Canadians. We have discovered that he personally stepped in to have a project included in the Building Canada Fund. The Prime Minister has indicated to all ministers in their mandate that they must respond to all questions in their mandate. So why is the minister refusing to comply? And why is the minister refusing to answer the questions put to him himself?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's because the minister's not here. That's why he can't stand up and reply today.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Parry Sound Muskoka devrait.
The member for Parry Sound Muskoka should be more than able to answer to Canadians. He found a job for one of his friends. He stepped in an internal audit of the G8 fund, and it is his personal email that has enabled us to show what happened with the $50 million. And this is public money. Mr. Speaker, shouldn't the minister at least be able to take a stand, to stand up and answer the questions? Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to point out to my minister that the President of the Treasury Board will be available before a committee of this House to answer all questions that the member may have. And I have good news for the Member opposite, it's 2 for the price of 1 because I'll be there as well. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions with my colleague, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, doctors around the world have been saying it, the CMA has been saying it, and now the Supreme Court has said it unanimously. Inside in Vancouver saves lives. That's why the Liberal government supported it from the start, choosing life over death. With today's hearty slap in the face by Canada's highest court, will this government finally admit it was wrong in its ideological attacks against Insight? And what does the minister mean? We will be reviewing it. Will the government respect the Supreme Court's decision and stop attacking Insight?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not to repeat my answers that I provided earlier, the decision was released 2 hours ago, and we will review the decision of the Supreme Court. I'm sure the member opposite have not had the opportunity either to review the question, so we will do our part in due diligence and review the Supreme Court decisions. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in 2010, the Minister of Immigration exceeded his targets with overall immigration, but, Mr. Speaker, it fell short when it came to families. Mr. Speaker, the greatest backlogs today in immigration deal with parents, where we have Canadians that are trying to get their loved ones, their parents, to be able to come to Canada, and this government, more than any other government in the history of Canada, continues to add to the backlog. They fell short on the area where there's the greatest demand in terms of trying to get families reunited. My question is to the government, why do they not believe in allowing parents to be reunited with their
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the louder you yell, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to bring more people to this country. But I can tell you one thing. When we took over government, the mess we were left from the previous Liberal government in terms of backlogs, in terms of their fear of making decisions with respect to immigration, their fear with increasing the number of people that can come to this country to start a new life, fear is gone, Mr. Speaker. This government understands where we're going on immigration. It understands why we're doing it. And let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. Families across this country understand what this government's doing.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, it's high time for the government to look at fracturing, hydraulic fracturing. The communities are very right to be concerned about the use of chemical products and about the contamination of water tables. Will the minister respect the mandate, which is to regulate this practice and not simply to wait until the new studies are published? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague that this is mainly a provincial and territorial responsibility. I had the pleasure of debating this very issue during adjournment proceedings last week, and I can tell the member opposite that a greater understanding of environmental impacts will benefit us all. That's why we have put forward 2 studies that we mentioned last week. Let me remind my colleague that our government has created nearly 600,000 new jobs, and work-responsible development of shale gas has the potential to create even more.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, not only does hydraulic fracking require enormous amounts of water, but the process uses a toxic brew of chemicals to pollute groundwater. Exactly what chemicals remains a mystery, as companies aren't required to disclose that information. Mr. Speaker, when will this government close the regulatory loopholes and force companies to reveal what chemicals they are injecting into our groundwater?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've said last week in adjournment proceedings, we have the Minister of the Environment has recommended a proposal to the Council of Canadian Academies for an independent expert panel assessment of the state of scientific knowledge on potential environmental impacts. He has also asked them to review mitigation options.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton and Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is focused on the economy and helping create jobs with the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan. In fact, across Canada, small businesses are expanding with help from job-creating measures like the hiring credit for small business, which was in the last budget. Manufacturers are also growing with new tax relief for new productivity-improving machinery and equipment, a measure which was also extended in the last budget. Can the Minister of State for Finance, the pride of Claresholm, Alberta, please update this House on the state of the economy and the impact of these specific measures?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Chair of the Finance Committee, who's doing a great job on that committee, for a wonderful question. In answer to that question, Mr. Speaker, again today, Stats Canada has reported that July's GDP numbers have actually grown. That's good news, Mr. Speaker. Why have they grown? It's because we have a plan to get people back to work. We have a plan to increase jobs in this country. In fact, there's 600,000 more people working now than there was in July of 2009. The plan is working, and so are more Canadians, Mr. Speaker. But we do need to remember that this economic recovery is fragile around the world, and we need to be...
Order. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, there is concern across the country among many law-abiding Canadian citizens and taxpayers about the long arm of the U.S. Tax Collection Department. Even the Canadian Bankers Association is upset. The Americans are trying to enforce their laws beyond their borders and are threatening Canadians to that effect. So far, the government has offered Canadians tea and sympathy. Will the government do something a little more tangible? Will they set up an advocacy centre to actively inform and assist Canadians who are unfairly being put upon by the extraterritorial excursions of the U.S. IRS?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly we are concerned with what is happening to many honest tax-paying Canadians that weren't expecting this to be imposed upon them. The Finance Minister has spoken to his U.S. counterpart in no uncertain terms, saying that we do not want this unfair treatment to Canadian taxpayers who are honest, law-abiding citizens, Mr. Speaker. We're encouraging them to be very fair with our citizens. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Mr. Speaker, with no notice, Downsview Park closed the doors on the Canadian Air and Space Museum and ordered Canadian veterans to remove all their artifacts. The historic de Havilland factory will now make way for a hockey arena. Mr. Speaker, yesterday and today, the Minister of Canadian Heritage claimed that apparently the Conservative government was elected on a mandate to invest in Canadian museums. Why won't they order this museum opened again and defend it and the historic Avro Arrow?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows, Downsview Park is a Crown corporation that is at arm's length from the government, and this was a business decision that Downsview Park took. But I do applaud the Minister of Heritage because he has, as you know, this is a private museum, but he has anyway directed his officials to see if the Canadian Aviation and Space Museum can work with this museum to see if there is a way that we can accommodate their historical treasures.
The member for Winnipeg South Central.
Mr. Speaker, Tuesday, when I attended a meeting for the election of a new executive for the Canada-Israel Group, I was most disappointed to see how few opposition members bothered to show up. Only 3 Liberal MPs and, shockingly, 0 NDP MPs chose to attend. Compare that with the 60 Conservative MPs present. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Immigration inform this House how our government is taking action on issues that are important to the Canada-Israel relations and to the Jewish community in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is telling and very disappointing that not one member of the opposition NDP party actually chose to attend this event, and only 3 Liberal members attended, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's our refusal to participate in the Durban 2 and 3 conferences, standing up for a negotiated 2-party solution between Israel and Palestine, supporting a national task force on Holocaust research, or becoming the first country to sign the Ottawa Protocol. Our government's record of taking a principled stand against anti-Semitism and standing up with the Jewish community is clear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, suicide prevention should be a national priority. Tragically, Canada's Aboriginal youth suicide rate is 5 to 6 times higher than the Canadian average. We know providing healthy alternatives is the key. Investments in education, in recreation centres, in the necessary programming. Prevention requires investment and doesn't mean waiting for that suicide rate to go up in communities. When will the Conservatives work with Aboriginal communities, listen to the needs of Aboriginal young people, and stand up to build hope for so many of these people across our country?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, too many Canadian families have to deal with the anguish of losing a loved one to suicide. That's why our government is funding programs to build their strength on protective factors such as ensuring family and community supports are there. Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2010, $75 million was spent to implement the National Aboriginal Suicide Prevention Strategy to assist over 150 community-based projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. The Conservatives are obviously clearly impressed with stories about princesses and are spending freely to put in place symbols of the monarchy, hanging a portrait of the Queen at D-Fate and in embassies, putting in place stained glass windows, redoing passports to include a crown, adding royal to the designation of the Canadian Forces. Millions spent on safety during the visit of the royal family. And the examples don't end there. Isn't the already discredited President of the Treasury Board embarrassed that while he's demanding significant cuts in services to citizens, they're spending so much on these archaic symbols that have been rejected by the Quebec nation? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
This member, when he first arrived in Ottawa, put his hand on the Bible and took an oath to Queen Elizabeth II and her rightful heirs and successors. He didn't do it once. He took an oath to the Queen at least 4 or 5 times, Mr. Speaker. So did each member of this House. Queen Elizabeth II is our head of state, and I know there is great enthusiasm for the great work the Minister of National Defence did in going back to the old symbols of the Royal Canadian Navy, the Royal Canadian Air Force. We're also very pleased, Mr. Speaker, that Canada's head of state now proudly adorns the walls of all of our museums around the world.
That concludes question period for today. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East is rising on a point of order.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I do have a point of order. I do know that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, is having a bit of a hard day today as he shuffles through all his business cards, trying to figure out which one he's actually using or not, gold or not. And I know that he might be happy that a certain member is not here today, but I would gently remind him that he does know the rules of the House, that he should not refer to a member who is not present in the House. So just remind him of that. I know he's having a hard day today.
Well, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I appreciate the wise counsel from my friend from Vancouver East, Mr. Speaker, and if the President of the Treasury Board or his family or any of his constituents were offended by my unacceptable actions, Mr. Speaker, I apologize.
Order. On 2 occasions this week during statements by members, once by a member of the Government Caucus and once by a member of the official opposition, individual members have taken it upon themselves to recognize special guests who are in the galleries. I want to remind all honourable members that it has been a long-standing practice in the House that this is a prerogative of the Chair. As O'Brien and Bosque states at page 284, only from the Speaker's gallery can distinguished visitors, such as heads of state, heads of government, and parliamentary delegations invited to Canada and celebrated Canadians, be recognized and introduced to the House, and only by the Speaker. Members other than the Speaker may not refer to the presence of any visitors in the galleries at any time. Seuls les invités de marque sont...
Only distinguished guests are recognized and introduced to the House, and only by the Speaker.
Respecting this approach as it ensures fairness and safeguards the time of the House. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32, Sub 2, I have the honour to table in both official languages 3 treaties entitled as follows. 1. Exchange of notes between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States of America constituting an agreement amending Chapter 4 of Annex 4 of the Treaty between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States of America concerning Pacific salmon, done at Washington on 21 December 2010. Second, third protocol amending the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia, done at Hanoi on the 23rd of July 2010. And 3, agreement between Canada and the Hellenic Republic concerning youth mobility, done in Athens on the 28th of May 2011. An explanatory memorandum is included with each treaty. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 copies of each treaty to table.
Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Storseth, seconded by Mr. Law, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Human Rights Act, Protecting Freedom. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Westlock St. Paul.
Rise today in this House and introduce a bill titled An Act to Amend the Canadian Human Rights Act, Protecting Freedom. Freedom of speech is a fundamental principle in our democracy, and one in which Canadians have fought and died for over a century. This is not a fight that one Canadian can take on himself, but rather an issue that all Canadians must engage vigorously in. In this, I would like to thank my friends and colleagues, such as Senator Finley and the member from St. Catharines, who have rigorously pursued a freer, more open society and resisted the tyrannical instincts of bureaucracy to censor speech in our great country. Mr. Speaker, freedom of speech is the freedom that all other freedoms are built on. It cannot be restrained to the politically correct. The best way to fight bigotry is to ensure that we protect and enhance our fundamental freedoms in this great country of ours. That is why I ask all members in this House to support this bill, a bill that protects the fundamental building blocks of our democracy, the freedom of speech. Thank you, and God bless.
Mr. Storseth, seconded by Mr. Law, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Nichols, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Public Transit Strategy. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, and I move, second by a member of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, a bill to establish a national public transit strategy for Canada. Je me lève aujourd'hui pour...
I rise today to table this bill in order to establish a national public transit strategy.
Strategy would secure a permanent federal investment plan in innovation research. It would provide federal leadership in working with all levels of government to coordinate planning. This strategy will get Canada moving in line with other G8 nations by helping to provide public transit that is fast, accessible and affordable to all Canadians. Pour aller de l'avant pour le...
In order to move forward for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Nichols, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Ravignac.
Mr. Ravignac, seconded by Mr. Stauffer, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Parliament of Canada Act, a political affiliation. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Pontiac.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank my colleague, the member for Sackville Eastern Shore, for having supported this bill and for his excellent work over many years of service on bills of importance to Canadians. I am honoured and very pleased to table in this House my first bill entitled Political Affiliation. This legislative measure will contribute to ensuring one of the election promises made by my party, that is to ensure the accountability of parliamentarians based on the choice of voters and not on making political choices to further their political career by changing political parties when they wish.
They're helping to fix Ottawa. Le texte prévoit donc que
the bill sets out that a seat of a member would become vacant and that this vacancy would lead to the calling of a by-election if the MP elected as a member of a party leaves. However, if the member of the political party decides to sit as an independent, then this would be allowed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Mr. Ravignac, seconded by Mr. Stauffer, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? at the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honored today. I want to thank one of my constituents for organizing this petition, but I'm honored to present a petition to the Government of Canada that says we, the undersigned residents of Canada, draw the attention of the Government of Canada to the following, that we are seeking to have offences against children broken down into categories such as inappropriate touching, pornography, assault and battery, and rape, with each carrying a sentence commensurate with the crime. Rape seems to cause the most damage psychologically and physically. Therefore, we would like to see longer than 3-year jail sentences, preferably 10 to 20 years for pedophiles, with no chance of parole and no pardons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I too would like to give thanks to Darshan Kung for providing me this petition from Calgary, in which it states, Mr. Speaker, whereas immigration processing times for sponsoring parents is causing great hardships and is preventing families from being together, whereas due to lengthy processing times in some immigration categories, thousands of families every year are being kept apart, which is kind of picks up on the issue what I raised today in question period, Mr. Speaker, and that is the government needs to have more of a caring heart in terms of trying to be able to speed up the process of having parents that are abroad being able to be processed in a much timely, fair fashion, and enabling them to also come to Canada as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Pursuant to Standing Order 28.2b, I have the honour to lay upon the table the House of Commons calendar for the year 2012. Oh, I forgot to ask. Oh, no, you're okay. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills, Commons. Commencement of debate on Bill C7, the Senate Reform Act.
Mr. Upal, seconded by Mr. Ritz, moves that Bill C7, an act respecting the selection of senators and amending the Constitution Act, 1867, in respect of Senate term limits, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate, the Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to begin debate today on Senate Reform Act, Bill C7. This bill has been a long time coming. Reform of the other place has been the subject of strong passions across the country and across party lines for the better part of a quarter century. And while our government's priorities are unchanged and the economy remains a top priority, we have an opportunity to take the first steps on this road. Our government has always been clear about our commitment to bring reform to the Senate chamber. We pledged to do this in our most recent election platform, and we repeated our promise in the speech from the throne. I'm proud to present this bill and to start to work in this House to fulfill our commitments to Canadians. I believe that the Senate can play an important role in our parliamentary system. It reviews statutes and legislations, often from different perspectives than those found in this place. It serves to represent regional and minority interests in a different way than they are here represented in this House. Many of its members and committees have demonstrated and provided appreciable research and investigative skills and thoughtful recommendations. It can be a place where a broader range of experience and expertise can be brought to bear on the issues facing our country. Unfortunately, I believe that the contributions of the Senate are overshadowed by the fact that senators are selected and appointed through a process that is neither formal nor transparent, with no democratic mandate whatsoever from Canadians. Moreover, there are no strict limits on the number of years an individual can sit in the Senate. Under the Constitution, an individual can be appointed to the Senate at the age of 30 and serve until the age of 75. That means a senator can serve for as long as 45 years. Taken together, the Senate lacks any essential democratic characteristics. Its effectiveness and legitimacy suffers from the democratic deficit. We must then ask ourselves this simple question: is this good enough? Our answer, and Canadians' answer, is no. Our government does not believe that the current situation is acceptable in a modern, representative democracy, and neither do Canadians. Our government has long believed that the Senate in the status quo is unacceptable, and therefore it must change in order to reach its full potential as an accountable and democratic institution. The alternative
is the continuation of a situation where senators are appointed to long terms without any democratic mandate. We say enough, and Canadians are with us in saying no to the status quo in the Senate. In July of this year, polling found that 7 out of 10 Canadians reject the status quo in the Senate. Although striking, this is not shocking. The Senate and its reform has been the subject of numerous reports, proposals, and studies over the past several decades. While recommendations on how to reform the Senate have differed and differ still, there is one consistent theme that runs throughout. Nearly all reports and studies agree that the Senate is an important democratic institution and that the reform is needed to increase legitimacy in the context of a modern democratic country. It is clear that while there may be different approaches to solving this problem, all parties agree that reform is necessary. Senate reform of any kind has proven to be a complicated process. Under our Constitution, reforming fundamental aspects of the Senate, such as its powers or the representation of the provinces, requires the support of 7 provinces representing 50% of the population of the provinces. Achieving the necessary level of provincial support for particular fundamental reforms is a complex and lengthy process with no guarantee of success. Canadians don't want drawn-out constitutional battles, battles that would detract from our government's focus on the top priority of Canadians, which is the economy. But a lack of agreement on large fundamental reform does not leave us with a lack of options, if only we have the sufficient will to do so. If we are to begin the journey towards reform, we must do what we can within the scope of our authority in Parliament. Our government believes that Senate reform is needed now, and we are committed to pursuing a practical, reasonable approach to reform that we believe will help restore effectiveness and legitimacy in the Senate. That is why we are moving forward with the Senate Reform Act. Through this bill, our government is taking immediate and concrete action to fulfill our commitment to Canadians to increase the effectiveness and legitimacy of our upper chamber and to work cooperatively with the provinces and territories. The Senate Reform Act includes 2 initiatives that will help bring the Senate into the 21st century. First, the Act provides a suggested framework to provinces and territories who wish to establish a democratic consultation process to give Canadians a say in who represents them in the Senate. Second, it introduces term limits for senators appointed after October 2008, which will ensure that the Senate is refreshed with new ideas on a regular basis. While each of these initiatives can stand on their own merits, combining these measures allows our government to act quickly to implement our promise to Canadians to bring about reforms. As I've already noted, our government has long been committed to Senate reform. Our commitment to reform remains as strong as ever, and we are now in a position to act on our commitment. We have consistently encouraged provinces and territories to implement a democratic process for the selection of Senate nominees. The Senate Reform Act will give clarity to our flexible approach. The Act would require the Prime Minister to consider the names of individuals selected from the holding of democratic processes with Canadians when making recommendations on appointments to the Governor-General. The Act would not bind the Prime Minister or the Governor-General when making Senate appointments, nor would it change the method of selecting senators. Therefore, Parliament is able to enact this provision through its authority under Section 44 of our Constitution. Under Section 44 of the Constitution Act, 1982, Parliament has the legislative authority to amend the Constitution in relation to the Senate. The Act also contains a voluntary framework, attached as a schedule to the Act, for provinces and territories to use as a basis for developing democratic selection process to consult voters on the preference of their Senate nominees. The framework is based on Alberta's Senatorial Selection Act. The framework is meant to provide enough details to facilitate the development of provincial or territorial legislation without limiting provinces and territories in the establishment of a consultation process or the precise details of such a process, which may differ between jurisdictions as local needs may demand. This is, after all, a cooperative venture. provinces and territories would not be required to implement the framework precisely as written. Rather, they would be encouraged to adapt the framework to best suit the needs of their unique circumstances. It is our hope that this built-in flexibility will further encourage provinces to provide a democratic consultation process to give greater voice to their citizens and their provinces in the Senate. Before moving on to explain other aspects of the bill, I would like to note that the approach proposed in the Senate Reform Act has already been successful, and this type of reform has already gained a toehold in the Senate. In 2007, the Prime Minister recommended the appointment of Burt Brown to the Senate. Senator Brown was chosen as a senator-in-waiting by Alberta voters in 2004 in a selection process held under the authority of Alberta's Senatorial Selection Act, which was introduced in 1989. Senator Brown's tireless work of reform, both inside and outside the Senate, is greatly appreciated not only by me and our government, but also by the many Canadians who want Senate reform and who have campaigned for it for many years. Alberta may have been the first province to pass this type of legislation and to see its nominees appointed. It is not the only province that has taken steps to facilitate reform. In 2009, Saskatchewan passed the Senate Nominee Election Act, which enables the provincial government to hold a consultation process on Senate nominees. Saskatchewan has not yet held a consultational process, but I encourage them to do so at the earliest opportunity, and our government continues to be welcoming towards discussion and cooperation wherever possible. In British Columbia, the Premier's Parliamentary Secretary has introduced a bill that would provide the provincial government with the authority to hold consultation processes. I will be following the progress of this bill closely and will encourage my provincial colleagues in the Legislative Assembly to support the passage of this bill. More broadly, I would encourage our colleagues in all provincial and territorial legislatures and assemblies to consider supporting and moving forward with similar initiatives. Let us move on to the other major initiatives of Bill C-7. In addition to encouraging the implementation of democratic selection processes for Senate nominees, the Act will also limit Senate terms, which can span several decades under the current rules. Polls have consistently shown that over 70% of Canadians support limiting senators' terms. When we begin to talk about specific reforms, that amount of support for one particular provision is impressive and encouraging. Under the Senate Reform Act, senators appointed after the bill receives royal assent would be subject to a single 9-year non-renewable term. The 9-year term will also apply to all senators appointed after October 2008 up to royal assent. The 9-year clock for those senators will start upon royal assent. As with the earlier provision, limiting the terms of senators would amend the Constitution, but again, it is a reform that can be accomplished by Parliament through Section 44 of the Constitution Act 1982. Similarly, in 1965, Parliament acting alone to introduce mandatory retirement age of 75 for senators. Prior to that, senators were appointed for life. As I have outlined, the Senate Reform Act presents practical, reasonable, and achievable reforms within Parliament's authority. In order to do that, what we can do is ensure these reforms will be supported. Our government has also consistently demonstrated our willingness to be flexible. We believe that we must work with our colleagues to ensure that change is achieved. Let me outline just a few examples. Concerning the selection of Senate nominees, we have given discretion to the provinces and territories to develop their own consultation process. As I noted, the Senate Reform Act includes a voluntary framework that is meant to provide a basis for the development of consultation processes. However, we have been clear that provinces and territories are not bound to the rules proposed in the framework. For example, the framework proposes that consultations use an electoral system known as plurality at large, which is a version of our first-past-the-post electoral system applied to multi-member districts. Despite this, the Prime Minister has indicated that he is willing to consider the names of any nominee that is selected by voters in a democratic process. This means that provinces and territories are free to choose an electoral system that will ensure effective representation for their citizens, and that will account for local or regional considerations as may be determined necessary. Turning to term limits, our government has made a number of amendments in order to respond to comments made during previous examinations of this proposal. One change was to increase the term limit from an 8-year term to a 9-year term. From the beginning, the Prime Minister was clear that he was willing to be flexible on the length of terms, as long as the principle of the bill, a truly limited term, was respected. Our government decided to increase the term limit by 1 year in response to concerns that in the future, an 8-year term limit could allow a 2-term Prime Minister to appoint the entire Senate. In modifying the term limits, we are demonstrating our flexibility and desire to work with colleagues in order to ensure that this important reform is adopted. I would note that is not the only change that we have made with respect to term limits. When the bill to first limit senators with terms was first introduced in 2006, the bill allowed for senators to be reappointed for further terms and proposed elimination of the mandatory retirement age for senators. Following study of the bill, a number of concerns were raised that renewable terms can compromise the independence of the Senate, since senators may modify their behavior to attempt to have their terms renewed by the government of the day. Therefore, our government responded to this concern, and all subsequent versions of the bill have been proposed a single term. During the study of the bill, the Senate Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs recommended that the mandatory retirement age of 75 be maintained. When the bill was reintroduced in the last Parliament, the mandatory retirement age for senators was retained, illustrating our willingness to listen to our Senate colleagues. The Senate Reform Act keeps the mandatory retirement age for senators. I raise these points because I want to be clear about our commitment to both change and flexibility. Our goal is to begin the reform process, and we want to be as constructive as we can while ensuring that we move forward. I believe it is fair to say that while many in this House agree that changes to the Senate are necessary, we sometimes disagree on the way forward. In contrast to the position of the other parties, it is clear that our government's approach is a practical and reasonable way forward. It is the approach that can truly achieve results. In fact, the stated positions of the opposition parties are essentially arguments in favour of the status quo. Their proposals have such a low chance of success that they might as well not even propose them at all. For example, the official opposition would try to abolish the Senate. This position is unattainable for a number of reasons. First, there is no consensus among the provinces to abolish the Senate. To take away the Senate without significant other reforms would be to seriously damage the effective representation of large sections of our country in our Parliament. A second reason why this approach is undesirable is simply because Canadians do not support this idea. Polls have consistently shown that this proposal does not garner popular support. Our second chamber, though flawed, can serve valuable democratic functions if we can reform it to make it more effective and legitimate. We should have enough respect for institutions and our democracy to work towards the implementation of an institution in need of repair. The position of the Liberal Party, on the other hand, has been to advocate for a process, not a result. They don't support the reform of the Senate, and their 13-year record of inaction demonstrates their opposition. They have been clear about this, yet their suggestions is to open the Constitution and begin a process that we know will end in bitter, drawn-out national conflict without Senate reforms being achieved. Their approach is a recipe for accomplishing nothing. I reject Liberal obstructionism and encourage them to join us in implementing constructive reforms that are reasonable and achievable. Let's be clear, our reforms are reasonable and achievable. They are absolutely within Parliament's authority to enact. Our government is dedicated to reforming the Senate so that it better reflects the values of hard-working Canadians across the country. My constituents tell me that they want change. I believe that the time for change in the Senate has come. With the Senate Reform Act, our government is presenting modest but important and attainable changes that will improve the Senate by providing it with greater legitimacy in the eyes of Canadians. I consider the enhancement of our democratic institutions a significant responsibility, and I am privileged to be working with my honourable colleagues to meet this common objective. I encourage all my colleagues to work towards achieving these reforms and giving Canadians a stronger voice in determining who represents them in the Senate. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Hamilton South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his remarks this morning and for kicking off debate on this bill. My first comment to the Minister would be Just because the government says they're going to have reform, that doesn't make it good reform. We saw that with former Premier Mike Harris in Ontario, where he said he was going to change the education system. The problem was that he made it worse. And that's how we see this bill. It's reform, but it's bad reform. It takes us in the wrong direction. My question is very straightforward, Madam Speaker. One of the key fundamental components of democracy is accountability. And given that no senator under this law is allowed to run for re-election, given the promises they make to get elected, how on earth are they ever held accountable for whether or not they kept those promises, for the actions and the votes that they did in office, if the law prohibits them from being accountable? Where's the accountability, Minister?
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Madam Speaker, it's first of all, it's obvious that the status quo in the Senate is unacceptable. Canadians have said this. 7 out of 10 Canadians believe that it is unacceptable. And it's unfortunate the NDP, although they talk about the reforms, have given no reasonable or any good ideas at all into putting forth any reforms that would be reasonable, that are actually practical, that can actually pass in this place, that would be a part of Parliament's authority to move forward on. They have no ideas. As for accountability in the Senate, Madam Speaker, the important thing is that the senators are not to be renewed. It's a one-term, 9-year term limit. That would ensure that a senator is not it does not rely on a government to reappoint them. They can act independently, they can do their studies independently, they can speak independently, and not have to rely on a prime minister or a government to reappoint them. That's accountability. And also, once a term limit is over in 9 years, this will continuously bring new ideas and refresh new people in the Senate, which is important.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Cooperation with the opposition has been very good. I want to thank him for that, and he should be an example for many of his colleagues in the style of the government. On the contents, though, we have, for now at least, very deep disagreement. First, Section 42(1)(b) of our Constitution states that changing the method of selecting senators requires a 750 formula. The title of the bill is an act respecting the selection of senators, so it's clearly an unconstitutional bill if it's done only by Parliament. But in addition to it, I would like to ask the Minister, as an Edmontonian, why is he willing to penalize his province this way? The very moment the Senate will be elected, the fact that his province has only 6 senators, while New Brunswick, for example, has 10 senators, will be terribly awful and unfair for the province of Alberta and the province of British Columbia. Why is he penalizing the West this way?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, he talks about the constitutionality of the Senate selection process. It actually does not change the Senate selection process. What we're doing is asking the provinces to provide a nominee, and the Prime Minister will consider those nominees in giving their recommendations to the Governor-General. So that process does not change. Under Section 44 of the Constitution, these changes and reforms to the Senate are completely within Parliament's authority to do so. I'll give 2 examples. The Liberals in 1965 changed the age limit that senators can be. It used to be a lifetime term limit. The Liberals at that time in 1965 changed it to a maximum of 75. They could be 75 years old. So they changed the term limits. Currently, Senator Brown has been selected in this way. So there's precedence for both of these terms, both of these pillars in this Senate Reform Act in this place. As for changing the number of seats, the honourable member very well knows that that would require us to open up the Constitution, something that Canadians do not want, long drawn-out constitutional battles. They want us to focus on the economy, keeping seats straight. We have an opportunity here to move forward and make some reforms that would bring the upper chamber into a 21st century democracy, Madam Speaker, and the stalling and requiring us to open up the Constitution by the Liberals is just them standing up for the status quo in the Senate.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his thoughtful comment and bringing forward his speech and the ideas about Senate reform. He mentioned in his speech that over 70% of Canadians wish to have reform and that flexibility. And it's unfortunate that our colleagues across the aisle do not wish to have that degree of flexibility and opportunity for Canadians to bring forward a more robust democracy here. I'd like to ask the Minister, what are those great ideas and responses that he's hearing from Canadians that need to be implemented?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question, because it is important to listen to Canadians and have a sense of what Canadians are saying about the Senate. I had an opportunity this summer to travel from coast to coast to coast and listen to Canadians of what are they saying about the Senate. And what we're hearing over and over again, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the status quo in the Senate is just not acceptable. Something must change. Senators can serve to terms up to 45 years, and they don't have a democratic mandate from Canadians. So that is what they want. They want to take these steps to have reasonable reforms to bring the Senate into a 21st century democracy.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister, first of all, for his speech, and I would like to ask him a question. When we read the bill's preamble, we can see that Parliament is going to maintain the essential characteristic of the Canadian Senate. Now, given that elections will bring about even more partisanship within the Senate, I would like to understand how this reform could really preserve the independent thinking that the Senate must have. The Honourable Minister of State.
Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. It is absolutely important that the Senate continues to have its independence and to be able to freely do the studies that they must do and not be reliant upon the current government for renewal and to be reappointed at any time. So that is why we have proposed that this be a non-renewable 9-year term. Senators have the opportunity to be independent from the government. We have changed it from 8 years to 9 years, so a two-term Prime Minister cannot appoint the entire Senate. And also, Madam Speaker, it's a 9-year term is a long enough time for senators to learn the job, gain the experience necessary, but also a reasonable amount of time where we can have new thoughts in the Senate, new people come in and add their experiences and their perspective as well. Thank you.
Another brief question. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the dubious distinction of being the author of the first bill in the history of Canada to be killed in the Senate without debate or consideration or being sent to committee. It was a very distressing and difficult day when a bill that was passed after due diligence in the House was killed in the Senate. I have a comment, not really a question. My comment is, why don't we get serious about Senate reform and simply do away with this useless appendage to a dysfunctional government?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Madam Speaker, I'm surprised that this member is not completely jumping in joy for Senate reform. He says that he has some concerns about the Senate, and that is why we are bringing these reforms forward. These would be senators who selected through their provinces, where Canadians have selected who represents them in the Senate, would be more accountable to Canadians and to those voters in that province. That is why we prefer to reform the Senate. It's an important institution of this place, and it's important that we try to work to make it better, make it more legitimate, make it more democratic, so it can serve the purpose that we believe it can, that it should.
Reprise.
Resuming debate.
My first reaction was probably not unlike that of many Canadians at the notion of electing a Senate. We have an unelected appointed Senate, then we have abolition, and then there's election. And the Canadian character being what it is, not wanting the status quo, looking at abolition as maybe too radical, that the comfort zone is elected, sort of the middle porridge bowl, that's the way to go. But the reality is that the most radical thing that we could do in this country is to elect the Senate, give them a mandate, and create the kind of gridlock that we see in the U.S. That's radical. And before we go down that road, long before then, we should be going to Canadians and asking them, do you even want a Senate? Yes or no? And that'll tell us what the mandate of the country is, rather than just us deciding that we know best in terms of constructing our parliament. May I also take a moment, Speaker, to indicate that I'll have some criticisms of the Senate as an institution, but none of my remarks are meant to reflect on individual senators. In fact, I have the greatest regard and the greatest respect for most of the senators that I work with. I have the greatest respect for, and I think an example of a great Canadian currently in the Senate is a woman from Saskatchewan I've spoken about before. A fantastic Canadian, does an excellent job. The only problem is there's no mandate there, there's no right there to pass judgment on laws. And we should be using people like that in the betterment of Canada, but we ought to be using them in a way where we're asking them to do specific work and not necessarily be a part of the lawmaking process. So my comments are not about individual senators, most of whom, again, I want to say I have the greatest and utmost respect for. The history of the Senate. Let's recall how we got here. This originated back in the British Parliament. It was the House of Lords, and the whole purpose was to control all those commoners that now were suddenly starting to get some rights as the Magna Carta started to take hold, and ordinary commoners like us suddenly had a say in the governing of their country. And so they created the House of Lords to make sure that the unwashed masses don't run amok and sort of screw things up for people who are doing quite well in this country and who get more than their share of the cream that this country produces. Even the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, has said the Senate is a relic of the 19th century. So as we move forward, looking at this bill, these are my words to describe it, and I'm going to comment under each one as I go along. It's radical, dangerous, undemocratic, misleading, and not at all what Canadians need. Radical. Well, I'm so glad the Minister of Foreign Affairs has joined us, Speaker, because it means we're going to have a very entertaining afternoon, and reminds me of the good old days back in the Ontario Ledge. So glad you're here, Minister. Speaker, through you. Glad the Minister's here. Looking forward to the next half hour or so. I said radical. And again, I want to point to this because to me, this is arguably the most important aspect of what we're debating. If we elect the Senate, we radically change Parliament. I said that just now, but who else said that? How about the Supreme Court in 1980, where they said, quote, the substitution of a system of election for a system of appointment would involve a radical change in the nature of one of the component parts of Parliament. The Supreme Court said this is radical. They're not usually known for knee-jerk reactions and kind of going over the top. And they're certainly not known as being hard right or hard left. They just look at the facts. And they see that this is radical. And it is. Because if we abolish the Senate and bring proportional representation to this House, we are more than adequately equipped to govern the 35 million people that are in this country, and the provinces have proven it when they abolished their Senates. One of the reasons that it's radical is because my colleague who just talked about his bill being killed, Bill C-311 that passed this House at least twice, was killed over there, and they had no right. Every member of this House, right, wrong, or indifferent, has a mandate to be here and to vote and pass judgment on laws. They do not. not a moral, ethical mandate. A constitutional one, yes. Moral and ethical, no. And democratic, certainly not. Now, if we elect that Senate and C-311 passes this House again, what do you think is going to happen over there? They're going to kill it again, only now they're going to be all puffed up and saying, we've got an electoral mandate to do this. Yeah, the House of Commons passed it, and yeah, they're elected members, and yeah, they have the mandate and the trust of the people that elected them, but so do we. And we aren't of that party that's in the House. We are of a different party. And therefore, we're going to do things different. And one of the things we're going to do is stop any kind of progressive legislation that actually protects the environment in this country. And if we want to see what we're heading for in terms of a radical proposal that is also dangerous for us as Canadians, just take a look at what happened recently in the U.S. Congress. They had a debt limit piece of legislation they had to pass in order to, borrow the money to keep their economy going. Normally a routine thing passed under President Reagan, I don't know how many umpteen times. No big deal. But because of the partisan split, where the House is democratically controlled, Republican controlled, but the Senate is democratically controlled, all the interests of the American people seem to be set aside as the two parties fought each other to the brink of crisis, putting the world on alert of a financial crisis. Because they have these two houses that have their own independent mandate. Is that what we want? Do we really need to complicate the process of governing more? Do we need to be spending more money? That place already costs $100 million a year almost. Think what we could do with that. $100 million. Just promoting our own democracy. What we could do with that $100 million. Now, the other reason it's dangerous is because the House that's going to be created, it literally will be and please don't take this personal, but it'll be like the House of Frankenstein. I mean, you're going to have people there who serve until they're 75. Under this legislation, you'd have some people who serve 9 years. You'd have some people who got there promising only to serve 8, who get a free bonus year. Then there are going to be some provinces that elect them and some that don't, because there are some provinces that believe, like us, in the official opposition, that we ought to abolish the Senate. So they're not going to elect. So think about it. Literally, we're going to have the bar scene from Star Wars over there. So the fighting that's going to go on, I mean, never mind the gridlock between us, they'll be gridlocked over there. So trying to get anything out of that House is going to be a serious challenge. And the last reason it's dangerous is because it gives the impression that we're making things better. I mentioned, Speaker, that the former Premier of Ontario, Mike Harris, did that same technique as we're seeing here. The minister, in one of his opening remarks, said, I'm bringing reform. And by virtue of that, we're all supposed to say, oh, that's wonderful, thank you, great, reform. We've been waiting for reform. But as we saw with Mike Harris, just because it's reform doesn't make it good reform. Well, my friend, the Foreign Affairs Minister, woke up again and realizes we may be getting into some interesting areas. It's only a brief reference, I might say, to the Minister. But the change that was brought in Ontario was a nightmare for our education system. We're still trying to get out of the mess that change got us. This reform is the same thing. Yes, it's reform, but it's not good reform. In fact, it's very, very bad. One of the reasons it's bad is because it's so undemocratic. I asked the minister a question, I thought it was a reasonable question, about accountability, one of the major tenets of democracy. And I said, when we run for office, we all make promises. At the end of our term, we go back to our constituents and we say, how'd I do? Are you satisfied with the representation I give you, or do you need to fire me and hire someone else? And we put ourselves out there publicly, and the people pass their judgment. That's accountability. So just the fact you've elected someone doesn't make it a democratic process unless they're held accountable. So they run on promises, get elected, serve 9 years, and leave. No accountability. By law, they can't run again. So how can you be held accountable? They got elected on promises, and the other half of a promise in a democracy is you're held to account for it. You're held to account. I'm held to account for every word I speak, every vote I cast, every action I take. I'm held accountable. And I have a constituency office where they can reach me close. Elected senators will not be accountable. They can't be by law. It's crazy to call this democratic when you can't be held to account because the law prevents it. But that's what we're going to head into. It's also undemocratic because the Prime Minister has said, and it's a cute little technique, and I'm not a lawyer, I don't know if it'll pass constitutional muster or not, but what he's doing, of course, is maintaining the Constitution that says the Prime Minister appoints senators, leaving that in place, and all this sort of rests below it. And it's the process that leads to a list of names that are put in front of the Prime Minister. So, I mean, I think there's at least a constitutional argument that they're okay, but it doesn't deal with the democratic deficit that's in this bill, because the Prime Minister doesn't have to appoint those people. And if you've got a province, well, first of all, some would say, well, how could a Prime Minister of the day ever say no to the elected senator from any province? Good question. Fair question. Might I also pose, who would ever think that a Prime Minister in the same Parliament that he passed a fixed election date law would violate his own law in the same Parliament? So it's quite possible, Speaker, that we could see a political situation where a party that is in government in a province is a real thorn in the side of the government of the day. Let's use this government, for example. And they elect some people, and one of the people they elect is somebody who's very loud, very opinionated, who won't shut up when people want him to. And the Prime Minister looks at that and says, do I really want to bring this problem into my backyard? And so there's no guarantee that the democratic choice of the people will be honored. Therefore, how can one call it democratic? How can one call that democratic? Madam Speaker, may I also mention under undemocratic that under what's being proposed, isn't it wonderful? All the costs get pushed to the provinces. And in some situations, it might get pushed to the, believe it or not, municipalities. Come on, in this economic time, do you think the provinces really look at the federal government with any kind of affection when they're handing them more things to pay for that they already can't afford? At least have the decency to pay for your own bill. I mean, they're going to be federal parliamentarians. Why aren't they paid at the federal level? Misleading. Everything about the Senate is misleading. One of the things the minister talked about was, and I'm not quoting, so I stand to be corrected, but talking about the important regional representation and interest that the Senate does and can provide. I don't think I'm too far off there, Minister. Well, that is to suggest, remember the cover story when they created the Senate was not to keep an eye on the unwashed masses that are suddenly being thrown into the House of Commons. No, the cover story was these are regional representatives. They represent the regions and the province of this vast country. We're huge, the biggest landmass country in the world, second biggest in the world, with a relatively small population. And so the Senate, you know, the cover story was, well, we need them there because we'll deal with riding issues and kind of real local issues, and the Senate will look at regional issues and protect the provinces and their interests. It didn't turn out that way. Not for 1 second. First of all, any thought of sober second thought is a joke. I mean, over there they've got House leaders and whips, and opposition leaders and whips. Why do you need a whip if you've got independents? Most of them, many of them, attend caucus meetings. So the idea of it, the whip of the official opposition is a very good fellow, I must say. But that doesn't change my argument one bit. That good fellow should come here and get elected. There's a good idea. Not stay over there. Now, the premiers have some very strong opinions about these things. It's interesting that Premier Wall from Saskatchewan said earlier this year, when he was asked about the elected Senate, it says he fears he knows the answer to that. Quote, I think we could get a little bit more enthused even about the whole thing if it became clear that this was not just about expanding parliamentary caucuses for existing parties. End quote. Interesting quote. Because if we read a letter from a certain elected senator, whose name I shall not mention, and it's dated June the 15th. It's interesting. It's addressed to the members of the CPC Senate caucus. Where do the Sober Second Thought caucus people meet? He says, June 15th this year, Dear Senators, yesterday in Senate, caucus Minister, Democratic Reform, was showered with complaints about Senate elections and a 9-year term. The last paragraph is the key. Now, this is the issue, Speaker. This is the issue about whether or not the Senate represents the regions or whether or not they represent caucus interests. And this is what the senator said. Every senator in this caucus needs to decide whether loyalty should be and must be. The answer is simple. Our loyalty is to the man who brought us here, the man who has wanted Senate reform since he entered politics, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper. So the priority for this senator was to be loyal to the Prime Minister, not their region, not their province. Abolish the Senate. This is a bad idea.
I would just remind all members as this debate heats up that it is the custom in this House not to mention the name of sitting members. Questions and comments. The Honourable, and I trust all members will continue to direct their comments through the Chair. The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I've listened to the honourable member's speech with great interest, and I got two things from it. One, he agrees with us that there needs to be some type of Senate reform, that we need to make some changes in the Senate. He doesn't agree with the way it is today, status quo, and Canadians agree with us that's what this government is doing. The other thing that I got is the fact that he has no ideas. The MEP and this member, they don't have any ideas. They have nothing constructive to provide us. And the only idea they really had was to abolish the Senate. And I'm sure he knows that would require a constitutional battles, open up the Constitution. And so does he really believe that drawn-out constitutional battles is the way to go, is what the government should spend its time on, or move forward with reforms with the Senate that are reasonable, are measured, and are within Parliament's authority to do so?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for listening to my speech and for his comments. He said that we support some changes. No, not really. We just want to get rid of the darn thing. And the minister also said Canadians agree with us, and then went on to talk about this bill. And that's what we're proposing. The minister says we're not proposing anything. We're proposing two things. We did it in the last Parliament. We'll do it in this Parliament. And we'll keep doing it until we're the government and can make these changes. And that is a referendum to ask the Canadian people, do they want a Senate, yes or no? And secondly, bring proportional representation to this place and make it truly democratic.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent, Cartierville.
Madam President, for his very lively speech, he must know that there is a microphone in this House. He doesn't need to yield so much. This being said, my question is, does he agree that Canada being a federation, if you have provision in the Constitution that said that if a change is fundamental about the Senate, that means it's affecting not only the Parliament, but also the legislative assemblies of the provinces and the whole of the country, then a bill like this one will surely be considered as unconstitutional if it's supported by Parliament. And does he agree that among all the preferences that will be affected, especially the province of Alberta, of the minister, will be terribly affected, and the province of British Columbia as well, since they are so much underrepresented in the Senate.
Honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the member for Saint Laurent, Cartierville, and may I say, someone for whom I have the greatest respect for. I think I agree. I want to look carefully, but I think I'm in pretty much agreement with everything the member had to say. And whether or not it ends up being unconstitutional, I say to my colleague, make no mistake, Quebec's going to send this to the Supreme Court of Canada. There are other provinces that are going to balk. The government knows that this bill will never see the light of day in terms of being law, and they know it. This actually is a big political charade meant to look like they're doing something, but knowing that nothing is going to happen. And what really hurts is if it ever actually did, it would hurt our parliament and hurt our ability to govern ourselves in the most democratic way.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Churchill.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I would like to thank my colleague from Hamilton Centre for his fiery speech and the way he stood up for so many Canadians that supported our party, the NDP, and many of them refer to our position on the abolishment of the Senate as the key reason why they like the way we speak out for them and the position we bring forward to this House of Commons. But I'd like to ask the member to comment as well. I mean, he talked about the nature of the Senate, the history of it, and I'd like to ask him to comment on the way it is. In fact, the actual structure of it is a relic of our past. For example, I could not be in the Senate because I'm under the age of 30. Almost 20 of our members of Parliament in the NDP who are under the age of 30 could not be in the Senate. If this is supposed to be an institution that represents the Canadian people, is it not inherently discriminatory, and is it not against the democratic right of Canadians to elect whoever they want to represent them, including young people whose voices need to be heard in this Parliament?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Churchill for her passionate voice since she's arrived. And absolutely, can you imagine in this day and age, it's quite all right for this highly competent MP to represent her constituents here in the House of Commons, but by law can't go to that other place. Just one more example of how dumb the whole thing is. And may I also say, Speaker, that if we brought in proportional representation, we would also have the ability to ensure that there are more segments of our population that are represented here, because as much as each party tries, this House is still not representative of the Canadian people demographically. So we've got a lot of work to do in this House, but the first step is getting rid of that House.
Comment. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and
Addington. People always forget Addington, although it's a wonderful place and I recommend everybody visit it. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to address the colorful reference the honourable member made to Frankenstein's monster. He said that we would have a variety of different kinds of mandates. When members of the House are elected with different kinds of mandates, you have different kinds of responsibilities. This leads to Dog's Breakfast of Frankenstein's Monster, and I could tell he felt strongly about it because his voice went up an octave when he did it and I heard a wine glass shattering somewhere. My question is, he favors proportional representation. He favors the multi-member proportional system for the House of Commons. Under that system, some members come from a party list and some are elected from individual ridings. Now, I'm just wondering, given that he feels so strongly that different kinds of mandates lead to this kind of Frankenstein's monster, why is he advocating turning this House into a Frankenstein's monster and then giving it, removing all checks and balances and giving it complete control over the affairs of the country? That seems inherently incompatible with his statements about mixed mandates in the Senate. Thanks.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for his question. I knew when he got up it would be a thoughtful, intelligent question. Probably a little tough. It was all those things. I do believe, I stand by what I said. I'm disappointed that it was wine glasses I'm shattering. I'd rather be busted beer bottles, but that's just because I'm from Hamilton. But I understand the question. I would just say that the Frankenstein to use that reference, was because of these cherry picking, all these different ideas, different pieces that don't fit together. The notion of proportional representation does contain the element that the member says. But let's understand that's only one model of proportional representation. We have not said anything, a particular model cast in stone. We just think that we ought to start a dialogue with Canadians about what kind of proportional representation model that we should adopt to bring into the House. The second thing is that most of the models are well established. I mean, in reality, we are so far behind in terms of democracy. We think of ourselves as a mature, modern democracy, and we are in so many ways. But with that Senate over there, we are not. Proportional representation is about as mainstream as you can get in Europe and many other countries, and the fundamental aspect of some people got to have a direct election and some are on a list is an issue. But I would just say that it's a systemic issue built in to a model that has been tested and used in many countries around the world, whereas this hybrid monster really isn't anything. You're going to have senators over there fighting among themselves over all kinds of issues, and as I said, that is a gridlock in and of itself, and that's before we even get to the point where the gridlock that happens here. And may I say to my friends from Saint Laurent, Cartierville, he raised this point, I want to give him credit for it, that if we do get into that gridlock that the Americans have, the Americans at least have a mechanism, the conference, to deal with it in some way. We don't have one. We have no ability to deal with a gridlock that exists between two elected houses. So not only is this a bad idea, it's not even well thought out.
Questions and comments. A very, very brief question. There's only 1 minute remaining. The honourable member for Saint Laurent, Cartierville.
Madam President, I just want to say to my colleague, he's completely right to raise the issue of the danger of green lock and blockages and so on. At a time where the economy is going so badly, and we see that in the United States the situation is so awful, how this government can claim that they care so much about the economy and it is their priority if they are planning to create a stalemate here in the Parliament of Canada?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre, 30 seconds.
Thank you. I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I suspect, based on the question he's asking, Madam Speaker, that the government thinks it's a fine idea because they control the Senate right now, and if they didn't control the House under the current system, they'd still control the Senate, so they probably don't give a darn much. It works for them the way it is now. These plans will work for them. Everything works for them. The problem is this bill doesn't work for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint Laurent, Cartierville. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senate reform, but it must be done right and in accordance with the Constitution. There are 3 reasons why the Liberal opposition cannot support this bill. First, it is the conviction of the Liberal opposition that such an act would be unconstitutional. The fundamental changes it proposes cannot be implemented by Parliament alone. These changes would require the support of at least 7 provinces, representing 50% of the Canadian population, notably because appointing senators through a patchwork of voluntary provincial senatorial elections is clearly a fundamental change. Limiting the senators' tenure to 9 years is a significant change. Giving the Prime Minister the power to name the totality of senators at the end of a 4.5 year mandates would strengthen his power considerably, another significant change. Second, such an act would be against the interest of 2 of our provinces, Alberta and British Columbia. Here's why. Practically speaking, an elected upper chamber would carry more weight in its dealings with the House of Commons than it does in its present form. The problem is that both Western provinces are better represented in the House than they are in the Senate. And both provinces have only 6 senators, when some provinces have 10 with a 4 or 6 times smaller population. Third, such an act could provoke frequent blockages in Parliament, in the absence of a constitutional mechanism to resolve any conflicts that might arise between an elected House of Commons and an elected Senate. For those 3 reasons, We propose that the government abandon this bill, or at least refer it to the Supreme Court to verify its constitutionality. Permettez, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I would like to now talk about each of these objectives brought forward by the Liberal opposition in order to say that this bill is not in the interest of Canadians. If this bill becomes law, we are to expect that there will be inevitable conflicts opposing the two duly elected houses, and this would lead to gridlocks within Parliament. We need only see the intercameral paralysis that occurs to the south within our neighbors, that is the United States. Unlike our neighbors, Canada does not have a constitutional mechanism that would allow the resolution of differences between the two elected houses when both would claim to have the same legitimacy and the ability to speak on behalf of the people. What is the government hoping to do? What is the minister thinking of? Does he really want to import into Canada the paralysis that we see occurring in the United States or in Mexico? Have we not enough challenges already here in Canada without further burdening ourselves unnecessarily when it comes to our decision-making process? This seems to be a very bad idea in our opinion, particularly given the fact that Canada is a decentralized federation with 11 governments, 14 if we take into account the territories. And we have important responsibilities. In such a decentralized federation, the institutions shared by all citizens, that is federal institutions, be able to operate quickly in order to produce laws and decisions that we can like or not like, but that at least are not obstructed by the ritual opposition of two elected houses. The opposition of the two houses would be increased by the absence of constitutional mechanisms to resolve the conflicts. We must realize that in this bill, this confusing bill put forward by the government, senators appointed through these elections within the provinces, the funding of the elections would fall upon the provinces, yet they would be federal elections. They would be federal elections. The federal parties would be, however, excluded from the election process, and the provincial parties would control these federal elections. It would be impossible to understand what is going on. Province has already said they didn't want to spend money on these federal elections. This bill is furthermore unconstitutional. If the bill is passed, the law would be declared unconstitutional because the fundamental changes that would be enacted could not be put in place by Parliament alone. These changes can only be done with the approval of at least seven provinces representing at least 50% of the Canadian population. It's a unilateral decision that represents the style of this Prime Minister's government, controlling and centralizing. This attitude shows disrespect for the provinces, a misunderstanding of what Canadian federalism is all about.
The provinces have said they believe this proposal is not something that can be done unilaterally, that they believe they should be involved, and they want to be involved in these proposed Senate reforms. In other words, it's not just us saying the federal government cannot do this alone. The provinces say that, and they want a voice. Wrong for the whole of Canada. This bill is especially ill-conceived for the provinces of Alberta and British Columbia. We are far too be alone to say that. Both British Columbia Premier Christy Clark and former Alberta Premier Don Getty rightly point out that this version of Senate reform would be bad for their respective provinces. As the Edmonton Journal wrote, second thoughts must be given to this plan. Let's look at the numbers. Alberta has 9.1% of the total number of members of Parliament, but only 5.7% of senators. The gap is even larger for British Columbia, with 11.7% of the members in the House of Commons and only 5.7% in the Senate. Compare with New Brunswick, which counts 10 senators for a population 4.8 times smaller than Alberta's and 6.1 times smaller than British Columbia. This unbalanced distribution of Senate seats, an historical artifact, is a problem for the two Western provinces and an anomaly for our federation. The governance reform would make the situation much worse. In the existing and unelected Senate, this problem is mitigated by the fact that our senators play their constitutional role with moderation, letting the elected House of Commons have the final word most of the time. But in an elected Senate, with members able to invoke as much democratic legitimacy as their House counterparts, if not more, since they would represent provinces rather than ridings. The underrepresentation of British Columbia then and Alberta would take its full scope and significance. Of course, elected senators from the other provinces would not be hostile to the interests of Alberta and British Columbia, their duty being to address the interests of the whole country. But these senators would be more familiar with and closer to the interest of the voters of the province where they got elected. Premier Charest has already announced that his government will challenge the constitutionality of this unilateral Senate reform in the courts. Premier Stelmach and Clark will serve the interests of their provinces well if they join their Quebec colleague in this court action. But do Canadians need and want the waste of time, effort, money, and goodwill that the government's initiative would cost? I think not. It is time for the Prime Minister, a Calgarian, and the Minister of Democratic Reform, and then Montonian, to give the issue a second sober thought and abandon this ill-advised and ill-conceived Senate reform plan, an ill-advised and problem-fraught plan for Alberta, British Columbia, and the whole of Canada, in English et en français. Merci, Madame.
And in French. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you. The people of Addington, thank you very much. I wanted to address my honourable colleague and ask the question. He's indicated that regional unfairness is an issue. I am notorious in my own party as a supporter of greater equality between members in selecting our leaders, so I have natural sympathy with that. But I wonder if he really supports what he is saying. And let me phrase the question this way. He's quite right. There are 10 senators each for Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. There are actually 12 each. There are some senators, four senators for Prince Edward Island, which results in the fact that because of another provision of our Constitution, Prince Edward Island has a minimum number of MPs, causing the average riding in PEI to be about a third the size of a riding in Ontario, and so on. So is he in favour of eliminating all these things? Would he be willing to start, for example, by doing something that I personally do not support, by cutting the number of senators for New Brunswick and Nova Scotia down to 6 or perhaps to less in order to have some kind of population balance with British Columbia and Alberta? If he's not, or if he's not willing to suggest an amendment that would lead to the opposite conclusion, then I suggest that he's just coming up with these objections as a way of trying to prevent any progress from being made and repeating the old Liberal line that until we have perfect reform, which is unachievable, we should have no reform at all and stick to an appointed Senate, which of course in due course would be appointed by Liberal governments based on Liberal partisans as it was in the past.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
The question is true that in Canada there is no agreement about the number of senators each province should have. And it's a problem for two provinces that are very underrepresented. But why did it make this problem worse, and significantly worse, by the reform my colleague and his party are proposing today? Between 1945 and today, if I'm not wrong, the Senate rejected only 7 bills of the House. So the Senate has been quite prudent and reserved about its own role. Imagine that they would be elected. Do you think you would have only 7 bills during half a century that would be stopped by an elected Senate? No, it would be daily life. They would do it all the time. and only 6 Albertans would be there to make their mind known. It would be terribly unfair. I care about each province of my country. It's why I'm clearly against this bill.
Questions and comments for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank my honourable colleague for an excellent speech and an excellent analysis. And I particularly enjoyed the analysis because it comes from an academic, a respected academic perspective, which of course is about the antithesis of everything that I bring to it, with a grade 9 education. But I do have an experiential viewpoint from 26 years of being elected at all 3 orders of government, and that's why my question was about accountability. From my limited academic point of view, it looked to me like there was no room for accountability. I asked the minister as my first question, where's the accountability given the importance of that in a democracy? And the minister either couldn't or wouldn't articulate an answer. So I would ask my colleague, have I missed something? Is there an element of accountability that I'm not seeing, or is it clearly missing from this reform bill?
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent-Cartierville.
Colleague, but it will give me an opportunity to say that I understand the appetite for having members of parliaments and senators elected in a democracy. I understand that, and it's very popular in Canada. The second step is, how can we do it in a way that will help the country and every region of the country? And the way the minister wants to do it will be awful. It will create stalemate. It will create paralysis. It will not create better policy making, to the contrary, and it will accentuate this with a large disproportion of unfairness for some regions of our country, especially Alberta and British Columbia. So by definition, I'm not saying it's wrong to have elected senators. I'm just saying that it's wrong to do it this way for everybody.
Questions and comments?
Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too enjoyed my colleague's knowledgeable speech on this. I'm from one of the most affected provinces, British Columbia, so I'd like to pose to my colleague the question, can he give us some more greater idea, more details about the kind of inequities that would be placed on the province of British Columbia and Alberta by this particular proposal by the Conservative government?
Honourable Member for Saint Laurent-Cartierville.
In the Senate, British Columbia and Alberta would be very underrepresented. And in any democracy that I know, to be underrepresented is a bad news. Today, it's a problem, but it's manageable because the Senate, at the end of the day, almost always give the last word to the House, where British Columbia and Alberta are much better represented and will work on something that will make the representation even better in this House in the coming weeks. But not in the Senate. In the Senate, it cannot be changed. And the minister did not answer my question. He said that I know that it cannot be done, the distribution of senators by province cannot be changed otherwise than by the Constitution. I agree with him. So that means that forever, British Columbia and Alberta will be terribly underrepresented in one of the 2 elected chambers of this country. Is it really what he wants for his province?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's curious that the Minister is not taking the opportunity to ask my colleague some questions with respect to what I would regard as a very thoughtful speech and a detailed deconstruction of what is clearly a flawed bill. We've seen some pretty awful situations in the United States recently with constitutional and political gridlock between 2 houses which are elected. As others have said, there is a conference mechanism which, wherein people of goodwill can, in effect, work out their differences. It seems to me that one of the core points that the honourable member raises in his speech is, in effect, the institutionalization of gridlock between the two houses. And as I think about what he has elucidated, I think he's right. So I'm curious as to how the honourable member sees that happening over time as each develops its own, if you will, culture.
Honorable député Saint-Laurent.
Honourable member for Saint Laurent-Cartierville.
Big concern for me. Canada is a complex country to govern, and our friends from the Conservative Party realize that more and more. It's a huge country, very decentralized. There's little that the Ottawa may do alone without at least consulting the provinces. You have also the Aboriginal people that have their word to say. So why to add an even more complex situation where the common institutions of the country, the Parliament of Canada, will be most of the time, like in the United States, blocked by partisan differences between the two elected houses, the two elected chambers. I think it's ill-advised to do so. At least we should have a long debate, and I would urge the minister to make sure that we'll have the hearings, and that many experts will come, and he will explain to the minister how much this bill is dangerous for Canada.
Questions and comments. A very brief question. There's 1 minute left. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 70% of Canadians have said that they want some form of reform, and I'd just like to ask if the member opposite really wants a constitutional quagmire. That's what he's proposing. Canadians want action. They elected a strong, stable, conservative government to create reform. We're moving forward with that. Why does our member opposite want to put us in a constitutional quagmire?
Honourable member for Saint Laurent-Cartierville.
In fact, it is the bill that will create a quagmire. Yes, my honourable member must understand that, because the very moment Albertans in British Columbia will see that on every bill they are so unfairly underrepresented, they will request a constitutional change to be sure that they will have their fair share, and it will be completely understandable. But as you well know, they will not have one politician in Quebec or in Ontario willing to change that. And so we'll have the quagmire she's speaking about. And it's what I don't want, and I'm sure she doesn't want it too. So she should say no to this bill.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've just got a new timekeeping piece which I'm going to put on now so I can make sure that I don't run over my time today. I had come with the intention of giving a fairly dry speech full of historical references, and I'm a comparative historian, so I was going to make all kinds of comparisons to other countries, but I've heard so many things today that just don't seem to bear with what I would consider to be the facts, that I thought I would instead turn my attention to responding to some of the I think completely incorrect, I'm sure sincerely meant, but completely incorrect statements made by some of my colleagues today. And I want to start with the completely erroneous statement, indeed completely baseless statement, that this amendment would represent some kind of unconstitutional change to our Constitution. So let me start with that. First of all, I should just draw the attention of members to the fact that the bill contains two parts. Part of the bill is an ordinary piece of legislation that deals with the subject of how senators would be elected using the advisory election process. That process then causes individuals' names to be submitted to the Prime Minister. I'll just read that part of the bill if I could. It's very brief. This is Part 1, Section 3 of the bill. If a province or territory has enacted legislation that is substantially in accordance with the framework set out in the schedule, the Prime Minister, in recommending Senate nominees to the Governor-General, must consider names from the most current list of Senate nominees selected for that province or territory. There's then a schedule that outlines what the rules would be for such an election to qualify the individual to be treated in that manner by the Prime Minister. The second part of the bill, is Part 2, is actually an amendment to the Constitution of Canada. Now, I'm assuming that the reference to unconstitutionality, my colleague from, what's his writing? Laurier-Cartierville, I think, Saint Laurent-Cartierville, can correct me if I've misunderstood what he was asserting here, but I believe he's referring to Part 2 of the legislation. And on that basis, I'll now turn to dealing with any objections to constitutionality that he may believe exist. The first thing is I should just correct something he said. He said that the changes to the Senate are governed by Section 42 of the Constitution Act, the Section 42 amending formula, and that is only partly true. I have Section 42 here with me, and it reads as follows. An amendment to the Constitution of Canada in relation to the following matters may be made only in accordance with subsection 38.1. Well, subsection 38.1 is the 750 formula. Now, subsection B of Section 42 says, the powers of the Senate and the method of selecting senators. You must have, and that's the subsection you referred to. Subsection C says, the number of members by which a province is entitled to be represented in the Senate or the residence qualification of senators. These two things require the use of the 750 formula. 7 provinces with half the population must approve it or it can't go forward. This is the kind of discussion that tends to lead to constitutional quagmires. Now, by contrast, Section 44 of the Constitution Act 1982, the Section 44 amending formula, and our Constitution has 5 amending formulae for different parts of our Constitution. Section 44 says, subject to Sections 41 and 42, Parliament may exclusively make laws amending the Constitution of Canada in relation to the Executive Government of Canada or the Senate and House of Commons. So the question is, does this proposed change fall under Section 44, or is it not, in fact, under that section, and therefore does it fall back under the 750 amending formula? And the answer to that is it does indeed fall under Section 44. This is established law. Section 44 is the governing formula because of the fact that it is the replacement for another section that allowed the federal government, or the Parliament of Canada rather, I should correct myself, the Parliament of Canada to make amendments exclusively in certain areas. And there's widespread acceptance that Section 44 is the replacement for the Section 91, subsection 1 amending formula that was put in place for Canada in 1949. And that formula read that it shall be lawful for the Queen, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and House of Commons, to make laws dealing with the following class of subjects. The amendment from time to time of the Constitution of Canada, except as regards matters coming within the classes of subjects by this Act assigned exclusively to the legislatures of the provinces, or as regards rights or privileges of this or any other constitutional act granted or secured to the legislature or the government of a province, or to any class of persons with respect to schools, or as regards the use of the English or French language, or as regards the requirement that there shall be a session of Parliament at least once every year, and that no House of Commons shall continue for more than 5 years from the date of the return of the writs for choosing the House. And that formula, the Section 91.1 formula, was used in 1965 by the Pearson government and the Parliament at the time to enact a change to the Constitution, causing senators to no longer be elected for life, but rather to be elected until age 75. So there are the precedents for doing things this way. I want to take a few moments as well to mention some other considerations here. The practice of having a Section 44 amendment, that is an amendment to the Constitution authorized under Section 44 of the Constitution, contained in a piece of legislation, a bill dealing with ordinary legislative matters in one part and then with an amendment to the Constitution in the other part of the same bill, is an established practice. It's been done a number of times. I'd point in particular to the Act passed in 1999 that created the territory of Nunavut. That Act contained some ordinary legislation and also an amendment. An amendment that I might point out dealt with the Senate of Canada because it awarded a senator to the territory of Nunavut. So the established practice of doing things in this manner, as authorized by this section of the Constitution, has existed for no small amount of time, is well precedented, and there's considerable scholarship to back up the assertion that the Section 91, subsection 1 amending formula is the parent of the Section 44 amending formula. I turn now to some other issues that were raised in the earlier debate. I mentioned my frustration with the argument that we can't engage in piecemeal reform, that we must engage only in a complete reform. I think this does lead to a constitutional quagmire. The perfect becomes the enemy of the good. We achieve no change whatsoever, and that is a very strong reason for opposing the arguments made by the honourable member for Saint Laurent-Cartierville. I want in particular to mention, though, that we do deal in this bill with some very significant points. We don't deal with the issue of regional fairness. That's quite true. We do deal with the election versus appointment issue. Members would be, in a formal sense, appointed by the Governor-General, and the Governor-General's powers are very carefully protected under the text of this bill. But nonetheless, a de facto election takes place. And term length, the term length of senators, they can't be appointed at age 40 and serve for 35 years. That is also dealt with. As for regional fairness, I just say this is always a vexed question. It is in the nature of upper houses to tend to not reflect representation by population or the principle of one person, one vote, one weight. And therefore that presumably justifies some inequality. I do think the inequality in our current house upper house is excessive. But on the other hand, I think to argue that therefore we must ensure that the upper house is powerless is to say that we must vitiate one of the basic concepts of federalism because of the assumed belief that, as the member said, no politicians in Ontario or Quebec would support a change to correct that unfairness of representation. I think that would be a very wrong thing. Remember that every long-standing federation in the world, every successful federation in the world has an independent upper house, which is based, at least to some degree, on considerations other than representation by population. 2 senators per state in the United States. In Australia, it was originally 6 per state, then eventually 12 per state. They, of course, have only 6 states. In the upper house in Switzerland, 2 per canton. There are some what they call half cantons, such as Appenzell-Innerrhoden, Appenzell-Outerrhoden. They get 1 senator each, but everybody else gets 2. Germany has a somewhat different system, but again, it is not based on representation by population. There is some overrepresentation for the smaller Länder. So the idea of having some kind of inequality is there. I think we could work towards more principled kind of equality. I really do think there is sufficient goodwill, but we should not halt any progress because we are searching for perfection on that point. And let me deal with something else here on the same subject. The idea that the upper house ought to be kept effectively illegitimate so that it cannot second-guess the lower house. That does lead logically towards the NDP position that we have to abolish the upper house rather than to the position taken by the member for Saint Laurent-Cartierville. But I think we have to be realistic about this. The upper house cannot be abolished without a 750 amendment, without 7 provinces with half the population agreeing to that amendment. I think the chances of getting that kind of success, I just heard the member say unanimity, and he may well be right. I may be incorrect in this statement, but the point here is it's very difficult to achieve that kind of change. So getting that change is also not really an option. The fact is that the only option, aside from leaving an appointed upper house that simply reflects the partisan interests of either the government of the day or the government of recent memory, is a pretty undesirable alternative to any kind of reform whatsoever. And I don't think that that is the approach we ought to take. The honourable member from Saint Laurent-Cartierville said the Senate has only blocked 7 bills since 1945 and warned against the danger of letting it block more. I'll just ask this question. Surely no one is going to argue that the House of Commons and Senate together have not passed more than 7 bad acts of Parliament since 1945. Surely there have been things that should have been stopped in the Senate. Surely the point of having checks and balances, which is a principle in our government, it's a principle in the government of all those other federations, and indeed in any civilized government, is something we ought to be protecting and honoring. And that does mean that certain decisions that I personally would like to see would be blocked by an elected Senate. Also some that I would like to see stopped. But in general, the search for a greater consensus, something that does not simply reflect the will of a mandate achieved at one instant in time on election day in a certain election, is a worthwhile endeavor. And I think on that basis alone, it's absolutely vital that we have a Senate that can be effective, as our Senate currently, most emphatically, is not. I do want to talk, I mentioned a bit about the House of Frankenstein argument, or Frankenstein's monster argument that was presented by the member for Hamilton Centre. After he made his comments in response to my question, he noted that the multi-member proportional system, which has multiple mandates, is one that is precedented. It exists elsewhere, unlike the idea that an upper house has multiple types of mandates. I'll just say that that is actually not correct. As a matter of fact, the Swiss upper house has multiple types of mandates. The members sent from different cantons are elected by different methods. They are elected by a Landsgemeinde, that's an assembly of all the citizens in the some of the so-called mountain cantons in the eastern part of the country. They are elected by different systems elsewhere, and that is the decision of the individual canton. So there's a system that exists. The state has existed for many, many years quite successfully with more than one kind of mandate. And in fact, if one looks around, one discovers that there are in fact many legislatures in many parts of the world where multiple mandates are used. I do think one should be careful about these things. One doesn't want to overdo it, but I will just point out that in this particular case, what's being proposed is simply a method for transitioning out of the status quo where some people were appointed after 2008 promising to serve a fixed mandate. Others appointed before that time made no such promise, and those coming in after the passage of this amendment to the Constitution would be under a third system. In the long run, there would be one type of mandate for everybody. We are simply going through a transition process, and not one that I think would be damaging. Now, I also want to deal with the suggestion made by the member for Hamilton Centre that this is in some respect undemocratic. I mean, the whole point of this is to be democratic, but his argument was that a prime minister might not recommend the individual who won an election. And remember, the relevant part of the act, which I read to everybody, I'll just read it again. If a province or territory has enacted legislation that is substantially in accordance with the framework set out in the schedule to this act, the prime minister, in recommending Senate nominees to the Governor-General, must consider names from the most current list of Senate nominees selected for that province or territory. So it's binding on the Prime Minister. Of course, in theory, in pure theory, it's not binding upon the Governor-General. Now, I think the argument that the member was making, and he'll be able to reiterate that point if I don't get it correct, I think the point he was trying to make was that a Prime Minister might simply ignore this advice. And, you know, the fact is that there is no penalty in this bill for doing so. So I see his point. But I will point out that in the discussions that took place for the parallel piece of legislation on Senate reform that was proposed in the 39th Parliament, the opposite objection was made by a number of witnesses. They said, look, the problem is that you're establishing a convention which will become too firmly rooted. The Prime Minister will, regardless of what objections he might have, be forced to follow that advice by the enormous political pressure, and this could create a convention. The argument then went on, this convention would cause this to be a de facto power of appointment being given to the people, and this means that the Governor-General loses his independent ability to appoint the senators, and therefore you'd be unconstitutional. I won't go into the absurdity of that argument, although it was absurd, but I will point out that the feeling was very much the opposite way. So I think that his fears might be allayed by reviewing some of the testimony from that committee. I would also point out there is a historical example we can draw upon. Prime Minister Brian Mulroney stated that until he got through the Meech Lake Accord, enacted into law, at which point the Senate would be elected using a new set of mandates, until that occurred, he would accept senators appointed by provincial governments. So in 1989, the government of Alberta, the Parliament of Alberta, the Legislative Assembly of Alberta, held an election for the Senate, and Senator Stan Waters, General Stan Waters, was the winner of that election. That name was then presented to the Prime Minister, who was very, very resistant. He tried to wiggle out of making that appointment. In the end, the heat was too great. He did indeed appoint Senator Waters to the upper house, where he served very well, unfortunately not very long, because he passed away as a result of cancer a couple of years later. So there is a precedent which indicates that prime ministers will have a very, very tough time ignoring what the people vote for, what the people choose. You know, our whole system is based upon constitutional conventions. Our entire Canadian political system and its British ancestor are based upon the idea of conventions. On paper, the Governor-General has an independent power as regards the appointment of senators. On paper, the monarch has tremendous powers, arbitrary powers. In practice, a person not even mentioned in the Constitution, the Prime Minister, has most of those powers and exercises them via the House of Commons. In practice, we have responsible government, something which is absolutely, that is responsibility to the House of Commons, absolutely not written down anywhere in the Constitution. These rules are absolutely binding. They are not legal rules, they are constitutional rules. Those who would dream of trying to ignore them would do so at the cost of their political careers. I suggest that much the same dynamic would be at work with regard to the Prime Minister following the letter of this law and making a recommendation to the Governor-General as to the appointment of senators who come from that provincial list. I think there is no question that Prime Ministers in the end would lose that power they have to appoint partisans or people of their choice and would be forced to follow the will of the people of the relevant province. And I must say, I think that that would be a very, very good thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I found the speech that my honourable colleague has made to be rather inconsistent, particularly in terms of giving powers to the provinces. In fact, the bill presumes that the provinces could, at their own cost, carry out elections or organize elections for senators, but it says very clearly that the Prime Minister would not be obliged to take those elections into account, or the choice of senators. So where is the democracy within this bill? And the member across also added that it would be unconstitutional to give powers to the provinces. So what do the Conservatives want in this bill? Give the provinces power or not? Where's the democracy?
For Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington.
We want to give the people of Canada powers, particularly through the provinces. So on the issue of democracy, the Prime Minister really is obliged to accept the decision of the voters in the provinces. And I'm reading in the bill that in the case where a province or a territory has enacted a bill that is in compliance with what is added in the annex, the names would be sent to the Governor-General, and the name would figure in that would figure the names chosen by the province. The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Frontenac and other beautiful places. For his very thoughtful and personal speech, it's a refreshing change with the kind of canned speeches that are read for the first time by so much of his colleague of his party. He came with something personal, and I hope it will stay this way, that he will not one day come with slogans that he needs to repeat as if he was unable to come with his own personal view. But doing so, he made some comments that are a bit of contradiction for what the minister and some of his colleagues said. For example, he said that yes, this bill is unfair for some provinces especially. It's a fact. He does not say it's not true, but he thinks that we'll have enough goodwill elsewhere in the country to address these issues une fois que le mal sera fait.
Once the harm.
That this goodwill will come from other provinces. That means that the MP, to justify this bill, is saying, don't worry, we'll have a constitutional negotiation after it. So the constitutional nightmare his colleague spoke just before is hoping for it. So it's what he said. I see it's a very dangerous contradiction within the Conservative Party, and he will need to explain that to Canadians. Do they want, yes or no, a constitutional fix after the wrong they will have made for the whole country, and especially for British Columbia and Alberta?
The honourable member.
Thanks. I think it would be truer to say that I had said not that the bill is unfair, but rather that it doesn't deal with one of the issues that confronts us today. And that's absolutely true. Look, I'd be willing to do this sort of thing, but whether there's a national willingness is not for me to decide. Whether the nation says we're satisfied with the way things are is not for me to decide. I would point out that the goal of the original, this was very explicit, of the original Confederation deal on the subject of Senate representation. And there was no illusion at the time that we were trying to achieve representation by population in the upper house, quite the contrary. Nor was there the goal to achieve what the Americans had done, equal representation for each of the states. What the goal was to achieve equal representation for each of the regions. And at the time we perceived Canada as consisting of 3 regions, which were Quebec, Ontario, and the Maritime provinces. The West was contemplated but did not yet come in. When it did, a change was made to the Constitution to allow for equal representation for the Western region. So that regional principle of representation and equality more or less stays in place. There is a separate issue one could point to where there are 24 senators for each region, except for the Atlantic region, which is population-wise less than half the size of the next region, and yet it has 7 extra senators because Newfoundland entered in and was given extra senators. But, you know, these are things which I genuinely do think can be dealt with by means of goodwill, and I don't lose faith in the goodwill of all members, both people outside of in the regions that are underrepresented who understand that's not the end of the world, and those who are in the overrepresented regions who have a sense that we might want to make corrections. But I leave that to them. I shouldn't be making the decisions on their behalf.
Questions and comments?
Member for Hamilton Centre, a brief comment? A brief question?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. How about just a couple of comments? One, first of all, I want to thank the honourable member for taking the time to listen to my remarks and include them in his responses. It's enjoyable debating with this parliamentarian here at committee. Let me respond to the member's thing. He said that when commenting about that the Prime Minister would consider that becomes a convention and therefore it has the effect of law, but that does take time, I say to the member, and my point was that this Prime Minister violated his own law in the same Parliament that he brought it in, so it's quite possible we may never get enough time to have a convention. Secondly, mentioned about Sweden, it was an excellent answer. My response to that would be that, again, it's a recognized model. It may be unique, but it's a model. What we have over in the Senate by virtue of what's being proposed here is not a model. It's a mishmash of things that were hangovers from before, new immediate short-term fixes. I mean, it's just a patchwork, and that's why I used the Frankenstein example. He mentioned about a deliberately built multiple mandates. And again, when it's a deliberate mandate that's built in, that's a lot different than saying, well, we've got to leave this piece here because we've got people who are appointed for that length of time. We've got to put this piece in here to cover that. There's a very, very huge difference. And the last point I would make was, again, I want to come back to the point that was just made about the regions. The member said, we don't deal with regional fairness. That's quite true. I think that's a quote. And the member prides himself in being intellectually honest, and for the most part, I believe he is. Could he please comment, though, however he wants to skate over this bill will entrench the serious problems that are, yes, being referenced in Alberta, BC, but also the eastern provinces and the northern part of our country.
The honourable member for Lennox, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington.
Sure. Thank you. I might add that I enjoy debating with this member in committee as well. He's always a gentleman and very fair-minded, and that is, while we honor all colleagues, perhaps they are not all equally fair-minded in the proceedings of the House, so I appreciate that from him, and from the member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville, too, I might add. I think he was inadvertent in referencing Sweden. I was actually referring to Switzerland, but I think that's just a... The more substantive thing he pointed out was he continued to say that we have a model that is a mishmash. I think that's the word he used. I would suggest another word. I would suggest the word transition. And I just want to point out that we would not be the first country to face this kind of problem. You know, when the United States Senate was being set up following the 1787 Constitutional Convention, when it first came into operation about 2 years later, they had a basic problem. That their Senate was to consist of members, all of whom would have 6-year terms, but some of whom would have their 6-year term expire 6 years from then. Others would have it expire only 4 years into the future, so they had a de facto 4-year term, and some of whom would have only a 2-year term. And this was a problem. Every state wanted to have one of the 4-year and one of the 6-year senators, and every senator, every candidate for the Senate wanted to be one of the 4 or 6-year senators. Nobody wanted to be a 2-year senator. And this was a short-term political problem. It didn't prevent it from functioning as a very august institution and to grow in depth with time. As well, I should mention, when the U.S. Senate in the early part of the 20th century, exactly 100 years ago, was in transition from being an appointed body to being an elected body, what happened was initially one state started electing its senators, the state of Oregon. That practice gradually spread first through the West, and within a few years, an amendment was passed to the Constitution, which I think the 17th Amendment, which called for all senators to be elected. But again, you had a transition that lasted about a decade. It did not cause, as far as I'm aware, any catastrophic problems. And he had one last question, which was the one he was most vexed about, but it's slipped my mind of what it was. Thank you, regional representation. Well, as I mentioned, if there's a national desire to have a discussion on that point, then that discussion would occur. But I don't think that should keep us from having a discussion on this point. And I'll have to ask my Alberta colleagues this question, my British Columbia colleagues, but do they prefer being represented by 6 unelected senators or 6 elected senators?
Order.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank you for having given me the floor. I recognize the privilege of being able to address the House today, which is given to me by the democratic principles of this country. The Canadian parliamentary institutions are founded on the rule of law and are often an example around the world, whether it is the Supreme Court, our Constitution, or this House of Commons. International media are constantly reminding us that it would be dangerous to take our democratic institutions for granted, or to quite simply try to manage state affairs without these basic parliamentary rules. This opportunity to speak to Bill C-7 gives me the opportunity to show the great concern that I have that this government has taken on the Canadian parliamentary institutions in such a dubious manner. One element I would like to address is the purely cosmetic character of this bill. It's like a facelift that only superficially deals with the appearance of age. This proposed Senate reform doesn't hide its wrinkles very well. I think it is failed surgery. It doesn't attack the real problems of the Senate. First of all, Parliament is not above our laws nor our Constitution. How can the Conservative government justify its thumbing of its nose to the most elementary laws of our state? In the preamble, the bill talks about using Section 44, subject to Sections 41 and 42, to enact a law to deal with the Senate. However, in the Constitution, it clearly states that any change to the Constitution of Canada would have to deal with the following issues in paragraph or Article 38(1), where it mentions that it cannot be done without asking for the opinion of 7 provinces that represent at least 50% of the population. This is written in black and white in our Constitution. So how can the minister ignore this? The government wants to reform the Senate, and if they want to do that, they should use the established rules. The government states that the scope of application of Section 44 includes all of the rest, but this doesn't hold water, because Bill C-7, an act respecting the election of senators and amending the Constitution Act 1867 in respect of Senate term limits, as this kind of grammatical conjunction does not hold water either. We have to see what the government wants to do in terms of amending the Constitution. If we look at the preceding bill that the government tabled, C-20, in the preamble, it says very clearly that the reform on consultative elections is a transitional process that is intended to bring about sustainable and constitutional reform of the Senate. But this doesn't appear in Bill C-7. this bill has a very superficial character. All this majority government wants to do is to amend the Senate. It's unbelievable that they look to these kinds of political games. I would like to dwell on this sad irony. The government thinks that it has justified in taking this anti-democratic method to amend this institution that has seen better days. Madam Speaker, sorry.
Ignoring the amending formula of the Constitution would create a dangerous precedent. Is this a legacy the government wants to leave? I will take this opportunity rather to state that the New Democratic Party will defend the rule of law and healthy, cordial debate, constructive debate on the future of this country on issues that directly affect the citizens of this country. No government can sidestep its constitutional obligations. Using Section 44 appears clearly as a way to avoid debate and to avoid the consent of the provinces. Are they not concerned by these amendments? This bill, with its unilateral approach, is sending out a very ambiguous message to the provinces. It seemed to me that they are an integral part of this country. Is the government afraid that this reform won't obtain the required consent? Such an attitude gives me the impression that the government is unable to rally the support necessary for this reform. The provinces, which did have senates and upper chambers in the past, have abolished them. What's more, many premiers in the provinces have opposed this unilateral reform. This government's attitude is such that they're saying, if you don't agree with us, well, too bad for you. These are the marvelous natures of constitutional law in Canada à la sauce conservatrice. Isn't this a great message to be sending out to Canadians? Is this really what the action of a responsible majority government is like? The role of the Senate has been controversial since the start of Confederation. If I may, I'd like to remind this House that the Senate was supposed to be a kind of chamber of sober second thought. Senators were selected to represent the territorial diversity of the country and to serve as a check and balance for decisions made in the House. Weakening the role of the Senate has, over the years, continued since it was created, in fact. The upper chamber was designed to be absolutely nonpartisan. I don't want to call into question the wisdom of current senators. However, it is clear that for a long time now the Senate has systematically failed the other objectives set for it. Concern for territorial representation, created at a time where traveling to the federal capital took several days, is no longer useful and doesn't help isolated regions. The Senate rarely opposes decisions made in the House, and when it does so, it is to prevent the unfolding of the democratic process. The perception of the Senate is not one of a place of sober second thought, but a state of limbo. And what we do not like here is is the partisan nature of the Senate. It's legendary and is what we criticize under Bill C-7. Now, with respect to this very partisan situation, my colleague for Winnipeg Centre recently had announced in an interview the implication of a Conservative senator as co-chair and spokesperson in a campaign in the election in Manitoba. It's unacceptable for members of the upper chamber who are paid using public funds to spend their time this way. Now, this example highlights the fact that the Senate is full of partisanship. Canadian citizens expect the Senate to act as independently as possible. Madam Speaker, can the Minister ensure us clearly that this reform to the means of selecting senators will make senators' duties less partisan? No, Madam Speaker, I don't believe that he can do that, unless the Minister simply blatantly contradicts the words of a Conservative senator who stated to the Hill Times last June Bill C-7 will endanger the parliamentary system in Canada. This senator stated that the proposed reforms would make the Senate even more politicized, when it should in fact be independent and unpartisan. And this senator also said that a senator is most effective when he or she is independent of partisan influence. This bill would also exacerbate the partisanship that is all too present in the Senate. How would this bill really claim to improve democratic legitimacy? How can it do that? The nature for the selection of senators would poison their mandate. They need to be as independent as possible. If we follow the government's line of thinking, there would be a huge division between senators appointed prior to October 14, 2008, and those appointed since. How will these new senators who have been elected with a defined mandate cohabit with the ones who do not have a limited mandate? What would the perception of Canadians be in light of this duality? Allow me to ask some questions and to raise some concerns. Approximately 60% of current senators were appointed prior to October 2008. That means that they will be able to benefit from the generous privileges that come with the duties till the age of 75. The cohabitation of these former senators or older senators appointed with the new senators would take several years, even decades. I'm thinking about a senator who would still have 35 years of service ahead of him or her. This legislative process and the reputation of the Senate will be handicapped by the situation, and it simply isn't in line with the vision of an independent Senate whose mandate is to remain impartial. The Hill Times attempted to contact the 37 senators appointed by the Prime Minister after October 14, 2008, and very rarely obtained any replies. Many of them declined any comments or simply didn't respond at all. There isn't even an appearance of unity with respect to this bill among Conservative senators. How can this government claim to support or to base its reforms of the Senate on democratic legitimacy? Isn't the government concerned? In fact, this whole bill is an insult to Canadians and who have clearly expressed their choice. If the government really wanted to reform the upper chamber, as it has claimed it wants to do for some time now, it would abstain from totally unacceptable and irresponsible behavior. We have here proof of a double standard, Mr. Speaker, one policy for the Friends of the Conservatives and another for the rest of Canadians. This is the reality of politics according to this government. I doubt that citizens take lightly this lack of respect towards democratic choices that need to be made. There are strong mandates, but there are also brutal mandates. Now, what are some of the specific aspects of this bill? Candidates from the provinces to the Senate, unless they are independent, will have to toe the party line during their campaign. If the minister hopes to reduce the political nature of work in the upper chamber with this initiative, he probably hasn't understood the role of the Senate. The role of the Senate is to defend the interests of the regions, the provinces, and minorities in Canada, while acting as a chamber of sober second thought in order to closely scrutinize legislation. Now, Madam Speaker, how can the government justify that a more politicized Senate would help fulfill this mandate? Secondly, how can they simply sidestep the views of the provinces when the mandate of the Senate comes partially from there and it's in fact there is, in fact, an affiliation of political parties that have great influence over work in the Senate. The minister has suggested that part of this bill will, that through this bill, mandates will be limited to 9 years. Now, by implementing this non-renewable mandate, the reform is cruelly depriving the Canadian population of any leeway to sanction the activity of an elected senator. If he does his job well, he won't be able to continue. If he doesn't do his job well, he will simply leave after having done a mediocre job, and the people of Canada won't have anything that they can do about it. What kind of a democracy is this? This principle, it works well in the House of Commons where there are elections, but it forces us to do and to give our best. Madam Speaker, this government doesn't know what it wants. It's trying to meet several objectives. However, with this bill, it will end up with a partially elected Senate where senators have a non-renewable mandate. They can't be sanctioned. This is like a real dog's breakfast in my mind. These elements are irreconcilable with the mandate given to the Senate, as I mentioned earlier. If you look at the preamble of Bill C7, it says that Parliament has to preserve the essential nature and characteristics of the Senate as a chamber of sober second thought. I doubt that the partisanship implemented or in fact would make the Senate serene. Look at the climate in this House and you can understand, Madam Speaker, you can understand fully what I mean. The objective of this bill is in contradiction with the real effects. The government needs to make a decision. Either it wants to respect the historic mandate of the Senate or it wants to make it more legitimate, more democratic through these partisan elections. But it's inconceivable to go ahead with a bill like this saying that both aspects are compatible. Frankly, Madam Speaker, this bill lacks clarity. I'm also very disappointed to point out that the responsibility for holding elections for senators, whether it be at the provincial level or will it be in fact by an order of the Lieutenant Governor, or will it be through municipal elections? Offloading this responsibility is something that will not improve the democratic legitimacy of the Senate. There is a clear lack of clarity in this bill. For example, Canadian citizens, when they will have to make a choice of the candidates during elections, won't even know that candidates will be sitting in the upper house. The choice will still remain in the hands of their Prime Minister because there is no obligation under this bill. So these are cosmetic changes the government wants to make. Parliamentary institutions deserve more respect and rigor. People are cynical vis-a-vis politics, and with this bill, I think that's justifiable. Nothing guarantees that the government will continue reforming the Senate either. Bill C7 doesn't mention the costs associated with this reform. Will it be the provinces? Which level of government will have to bear these costs? During these times of economic uncertainty, the government is adding new fees without in fact, a full analysis of the real usefulness of these reforms. Senate elections will they be a federal affair? Will they be provincial? Will they be municipal? This is not clear, and there are three different scenarios. There won't be a democratic gain either. The people of Canada have been calling into question the usefulness of the Senate for some time. This Senate will be even more costly now, and in fact, we don't know when, how, why, or how much more it will cost due to these reforms. Is it too much to ask the government, Madam Speaker, to eliminate these gray areas? If all the government can bring forth in the debate on Senate reform is this shoddy bill, then I find that very disappointing. The regions, the provinces, and the minorities of Canada are not satisfied. This bill is dubious, and it simply tries to cover up the problem of democratic legitimacy in the Senate. Now, the message that the provinces need to remember is that this government doesn't need their views in order to unilaterally make changes of a constitutional nature. The message for Canadians is this government simply isn't listening to you. Their mandate is too strong to be worried about you.
Madame la Présidente, vous êtes certainement consciente de toutes les tentatives de réforme.
Madam Speaker, you are undoubtedly aware of all of the attempts to reform the Senate in the past. All of these attempts have had something in common. They've all failed. Over the past 100 years, 13 attempts went nowhere. And given the lack of interest of the provinces and the lack of consensus on the form that this reform should take, it would seem to indicate that it would seem to be clear, in fact, that this bill will end up on that very same list of aborted attempts to reform the Senate. As our party is proposing, it would be time to explore another avenue that has not yet been explored, and by that I'm referring to abolishing the Senate. That is why we have proposed consulting people on this topic, to see whether or not the upper chamber still has a role to play in our democratic institutions. Let's ask them if they feel that this legacy of the 19th century has a role to play in the 21st century. Provinces have abolished the Senate and have not stopped working. Countries like Denmark, New Zealand have abolished their Senate as well and continue to function without any problem. Yes, Madam Speaker, I am being critical with respect to this bill, but our opposition party will not will oppose anything that we can that is not well thought out and reasonable in terms of a solution that it's proposing. Our institutions deserve closer scrutiny. And that's why I say that when issues as thorny as one such as the reforming the Senate are debated in this House, abolishing the Senate must also be an option considered, heard, and presented to the people of Canada. This is what I call part of a constructive, respectful debate, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. I'd like to thank my colleague for her very interesting remarks. And I'd like to ask her about the solution her party is proposing, a referendum on the abolishment of the Senate. Will the question be, are you in favor of abolishing the Senate? Now, maybe the majority of Canadians want to reform the Senate. And they may be forced to vote for abolishing it when that's not their first choice. So it's a complex issue because the Senate can be reformed in a number of ways. It could be poorly reformed in a bad way, as the government is proposing here, but in other ways as well. So for those reasons, a referendum question is difficult. Now, secondly, assuming that a majority of Canadians say, yes, let's abolish the Senate, but that in some provinces, the majority says, no, we want to maintain the Senate. And under the Constitution, Prince Edward Island has a guarantee of 4 senators. Does my colleague think that the Premier of Prince Edward Island or another province would be forced to take action and agree to abolish the Senate if it's not what the province wants? Because if the Prime Minister doesn't give support, then it won't go forth because there needs to be the support of the provinces. So a referendum may well seem like a good idea, however, but it raises a number of obstacles. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a very vital one. Now, as to the referendum question, my colleague is very well placed to understand it's very difficult to come up with a clear question on a referendum. Everyone knows that. Now, I agree with him when he says that putting the question, do you want to maintain or abolish the Senate? Well, that doesn't cover all of the options possible. But simply coming into this chamber and putting forth a reform, saying that, well, people want reform, that's what we're going to do. People have said they don't agree with the status quo, so that's not any good either. We don't know if people agree or not, agree with the reform, or simply because they don't want the current status quo. So I think it's important to go out and see what people actually want, to seek agreement with respect to the unanimous agreement of the provinces. Well, discussions will have to take place. We'll have to come up with a consensus. What we're proposing is not simply abolishing the Senate without simply abolishing it. We were looking at a situation of compensating for the abolishment of the Senate as well. So there are other aspects. It is possible to obtain the consent of the provinces if we put forth a real democratic reform of our institutions. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orléans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, unless I'm mistaken, the Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville hasn't been recognized. It seems to me that you've recognized the member for Ottawa-Orleans. Now, with respect to the two choices, the status quo in the Senate, where we have senators who are potentially appointed for 45 years, or an elected Senate with shorter mandates. What is preferable? The Honourable Member. Well, I think the problem here is that this bill is being put forth saying that it will, and the argument is that it's going to improve the situation, it's going to be more democratic. But the reality is that this bill won't resolve problems in the Senate. It won't deal with issues such as partisanship, representation of the regions. It's just partisan. They don't represent the regions. The reform is being presented as something that will improve democracy, that people will be in favor of it. With it, I don't agree with the reform as it's being proposed. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now we're trying to find the logical thread in the approach. We've heard colleagues who have a great deal of constitutional expertise on both sides of the House, but we can't come up with an approach. I'd ask my colleagues if she has the same impression as me. Is this maneuver not simply to prepare to pave the way and enable the Conservatives to take action? The government can simply pursue its agenda without parliamentarians being able to do anything to change the approach the government wants to put in place. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think it would be a dangerous precedent to allow amendments which are so close to constitutional amendments, which are extremely sensitive, to allow these to be made without consultation. I think that would create a very dangerous precedent. It would be a unilateral constitutional change.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Féliciter.
I want to congratulate my NDP colleague for Louis Saint-Laurent for her very detailed presentation, her very interesting remarks. But I must say that I was disappointed when she proposed abolishing the Senate, as opposed to a discussion with the provinces regarding how we could improve the Senate. Simply abolishing the Senate is a big debate, and my question is the following one. Does the member feel that during these challenging economic times, these times where we're facing uncertainty, is this a good use of our time? Good use of the time of members, the provinces, etc. Is it a priority for Canada to open up a constitutional debate on the Senate at this point in time? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And I will reiterate, the bill put forth to reform the Senate was introduced by the government. Now, I don't know if it's an absolute priority to reform the Senate now, to open up constitutional debates, but the government is the one that's introduced this. We're debating it. Personally, I don't think that reforming it this way is worthwhile without having consulted the provinces, the territories. And I'd also like to point out that when we talk about abolishing the Senate. We're talking about reforming parliamentary institutions so that they're better meet the needs of all Canadians. And I think that it's possible to find a consensus and to come up with something that the people of Canada will agree to.
And the honourable member from Hamilton Centre, very, very brief.
You always make it so difficult for me, Speaker. I will respect your wish. To my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent, just an excellent analysis, a great speech outlining the problems with this bill and actively putting forward what we as the official opposition believe should be happening. One of the things that they pride themselves over there on is this sober second thought, and the member made reference to many of them towing the line. I would just ask the member, in light of the fact that there's none, I could be wrong, there might be one person here who ran as an independent and got elected as an independent, but I don't think so. Therefore, given that most of the new senators would be likely partisans elected under the new legislation, can I ask the honourable member, would she expect that there would be more partisan towing of the line or less partisan towing of the line as a result of senators elected on the party ticket?
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, 20 seconds to reply. Well, I think it's quite clear that organizing partisan elections will simply increase partisanship, which is already extremely present in the Senate. It will make things even worse. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources Development.
Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to speak in support of Bill C-7, the Senate Reform Act. In our platform and in the speech from the throne, we outlined our commitment to Senate reform, promising Canadians that we would take action. With the introduction of the Senate Reform Act, we are taking the first steps towards meeting this objective. Calls for Senate reform are not new. Senate reform has been a part of the political discussion for nearly as long as there has been a Senate. In fact, within 2 years of the founding of Canada in 1867, arguments for reform began to surface. In all the studies and reports on Senate reform that have been completed, a common theme has emerged. The studies concluded that, while the Senate is a valuable part of our democratic institutions, the status quo is no longer acceptable. Reform is required. Canadians have overwhelmingly indicated that they feel the same way. They want to see action on Senate reform. In a recent poll released in July of just this year, 70% of respondents indicated support for Senate reform. Despite the countless calls for reform and citizen dissatisfaction with the Senate, it has survived virtually unchanged in its fundamental features since Confederation. In part, this situation exists because fundamental reform of the Senate requires the support of the provinces, which has been difficult to achieve. In order to build support for fundamental reform, our government has been pursuing an incremental approach to reform that falls within the federal government's legislative jurisdiction. One of the most pressing concerns about the Senate is that it has no democratic mandate from the citizens it serves, and the current rules allow individuals to stay in their positions for as long as 45 years. The fact that senators are not accountable to Canadians contributes to a perception that the Senate lacks legitimacy. That is why we introduced the Senate Reform Act. The Act proposes measures that will give Canadians the opportunity to have a say in who represents them in the Senate. It will also limit the terms of senators to 9 years. The changes proposed in the Senate Reform Act do not purport to completely resolve the debate over Senate reform. It is our hope that these reforms, once implemented, will be the first step down a path towards more fundamental changes. Before continuing, I think it's important to outline briefly the elements of the bill. And let me first present the issue of the selection of Senate nominees. The Senate Reform Act encourages, but does not compel, provinces and territories to establish democratic consultative processes to give citizens a say in who represents them in the Senate. The bill then requires the Prime Minister to consider the names of these individuals selected as a result of these processes when making recommendations to the Governor-General on Senate appointments. The Prime Minister has always been clear that his preference is to appoint senators chosen by the voters, and he is committed to respecting results of any democratic consultation with voters. However, the Act does not bind the Prime Minister nor the Governor-General when making appointments to the Senate. It does not change the method of selecting senators and therefore does not require a constitutional amendment. To assist provinces and territories in establishing their consultations, a voluntary framework is attached as a schedule to the Act, which provides guidance and direction on consultations. And again, I stress the framework is voluntary. Provinces and territories would not be required to adopt the framework word for word. In fact, they're expected to adapt the framework to suit their unique circumstances and culture. The framework is simply meant to be a tool to facilitate the implementation of a consultative process. At the end of the day, there is only one requirement related to any consultative process that is established. Senate nominees must be selected as a result of a democratic consultation with citizens. The Act illustrates our government's support for the development of consultative processes with the provinces and territories. It's our hope that all provinces and territories will take advantage of this support and help to create a more democratic Senate with enhanced legitimacy. The Senate Reform Act will also introduce term limits for senators. The Act will restrict the length of time that senators can sit in the Senate for 9 years. This would apply to all senators appointed after the royal assent of the bill. It would also apply to current senators appointed after October 2008, whose terms would end 9 years after royal assent. We believe that 9-year terms provide enough time to enable individual senators to gain the experience necessary to carry out their legislative functions, while also ensuring regular renewal of the upper chamber. Madam Speaker.
To interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, she may pursue her comments when this debate resumes, but it being 2:30, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.